Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Renz here, host of the Raiders Report, and I want to know, we're on the clock. Who should the Raiders go with at number 6? We're actually going to have the ability to make that selection today because for the first time ever, Chat Sports is doing a company-wide mock draft. Now, the company-wide mock draft is not going to start for another 75 minutes. I wanted to pull up here. I wanted to hang out with the nation, answer some questions, and do some super chats, see what type of shenanigans that we can get into today. But I want to know, who do you want the Raiders to pick at number 6? There was a live poll at the very top of today's show, and I am going to let the live viewers of today's audience dictate what we do at number 6 in our live Chat Sports mock draft. Once the picks get rolling in here in about 75 minutes from now, I'll tell you who our Tennessee Titans guy took, who our Browns guy took, who our Giants guy took, who our Patriots lady took, who our Jags guy took. And then we'll end up, well, I can't say Patriots guy, it's Allie. And then who we're going to end up going with for the Las Vegas Raiders. We're going to be making picks today at number 6, at number 37, and at pick 68. We are doing a live 3-round mock draft here on today's episode. I'll kind of tell you what some of the deals are today. I want to do a little Thursday happy hour style. I'm not going to get into any of the crazy drinking stuff that we usually do. That's going to be tomorrow for Friday happy hour. But the start of the mock draft is in 1 hour and 12 minutes. Leading up to that time, I want to talk about what the Raiders could do. I want to talk about Colton Miller. I want to talk about Jalen Ramsey. And then as soon as the mock draft starts, it's literally going to be like you can see exactly how our actual NFL draft content is going to end up going down a week from today, which it's pretty flippin' unbelievable to me that the NFL draft is a week away. I can't freaking wait, man. I see Justin O'Brien's going to go with Ashton Jeanty, Armand Membou from Ravens 69. I see Eddie Bergen says Jeanty. Buzzle-Maddox going to go with a Jeanty. Rebel Montana spamming 69. What up, Reb? Damn, 1 hour. I'm going to the gym from D-Val. Hey, it's all good. If you guys want to hang out with us all day today, I'm drafting some coffee from Rebel. I see you down there. Membou is going to be the pick. Best pure right tackle, and it's not close. I agree with the fact that he's the best right tackle. I think he's actually the best offensive lineman in this year's draft. Gatlin Gunn says Jeanty is the only move that we can do. Edgar Sosa wants to go with Sanders. I mean, right now, Sanders has 12% of the votes. And like I said, I am going to let y'all dictate who we end up going with. And if we have to end up deciding a tie, Jeremy Chuggs and I can also step in and decide what we're going to end up doing. Now, we have 150 people here. I know we don't typically go live this early on a Thursday. We wanted to try something out brand new here at Chat Sports as a company, and I wanted to be able to go live a little bit earlier simply because I want to be first place, and I want you guys to help us be first place of our Chat Sports mock because Jeremy and I, whether you guys know this or not, this is how we put food on our table, how we put a roof over our head, and if we're able to be number 1 today, likes, subs, comments, shares, Super Chat battle. That is all going to help us out today. If you don't care about it, it's all good. I would just say, then are you actually a real one? We will get into some of these questions and comments here in just a moment. I do want to give a shout out to our sponsor on today's live mock draft. It's Game Time, the official ticketing sponsor of the Raiders Report and of Chat Sports. If anybody out there is trying to go to an NBA playoff game, I know I personally would love to be able to do it. Heck, baseball is back. And if you're trying to go to your favorite sporting event, Game Time is the app for you. Save up to 60% off buying last-minute tickets for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, prize picks, Game Time picks. Makes last-minute ticket buying easier than ever by quickly highlighting the best game in the stadium. You get the curated deals, the super deal. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, use code ChatSports for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply again. Create an account, redeem code ChatSports. That's ChatSports for $20 off. Download Game Time today. What time is it? It's game time. So it's also almost time to get ready for this mock draft. And then we got an hour, 9 minutes to go. I want to sit up here. I want to answer some questions. If you want to get those questions on the show, it is hashtag Raiders. The way that you could help the Raiders Report, take down the Cowboys Report, take down Giants Now, take down all of our other channels here is you must be subscribed in order to comment. If you hit that like button, which right now we have 189 people watching, I want you to think of this show as imagine today is we're in a big stadium full of 32 teams. Which team's going to be the loudest? Damn it, I hope it's the Raiders fans. If you haven't already, make sure you click that share button. And if we end up winning the Super Chat battle, I got a special deal and a giveaway going out tomorrow when we go live for Raiders Friday Happy Hour, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Pacific. So if you want to get those questions, comments on the show, let's use hashtag Raiders, or you could Super Chat to skip the line. If we don't get any questions here right away, it's all good. One thing that I want to talk about, though, is Kolton Miller. And I want to be able to talk about Kolton Miller because a report came out yesterday from Jeremy Fowler that Miller is, not participating in some of the offseason workouts, which I don't really think is all that surprising for the simple fact of he's got $0 million guaranteed on his contract. And respectfully, we knew that this was going to happen, right? Like, as a Raiders fan, type me down below if when you saw this report, and maybe you saw it from me for the first time, when you saw this report, you were like, all right, we knew that this was going to end up happening. We knew that this one was going to end up going down with $0 million guaranteed on his contract. In today's day and age in the NFL, when you are a player that is able to play at a high level still, and you have no money guaranteed, and you have 1 year left on your contract, it's almost like a foregone conclusion that you're going to have to end up giving this guy a contract extension. And quite frankly, I think you can make an argument that it's going to be Kolton Miller. It's going to also be Jakobi Meyers. It's going to be two deals that the Raiders end up getting done this offseason. I see my man Raider Sancho down below saying, I knew it was going to happen. Dejon Hill, Joseph Urzaka, Julio Quintaro, Tommy Hill. Seeing a lot of those. Tommy says, trade Miller for Ramsey straight up. Not a chance in hell. I want the Raiders to go out and trade for Jalen Ramsey, but Kolton Miller's got more value to the Raiders, and he's got more value in the NFL than what Jalen Ramsey does. I did put out like a trade of saying like this would be like the starting asking price on social media yesterday where I said, if you're willing to give me the Dolphins' second-round pick number 48, and we get Jalen Ramsey, with that logic, though, you got to be ready to take Armand Membou or Will Campbell at pick number 6, and then also then you give the Miami Dolphins Kolton Miller and a 5th-round pick. So essentially, I would say we're swapping players for a second and also a 5th. That's how I think the starting asking price. Trading Kolton Miller straight up for Jalen Ramsey, there's not a shot in hell I'm doing that. Let's go to my man Noah. What's up, Noah? Mitch, if we go Jeanty, how do we not trade back because we are the only team that would take him top 10, right? No. There's actually been a lot more buzz that Jeanty might not even be available to the Raiders at number 6. What's really interesting is this time of the year, I believe NFL analysts, they start reaching out to people. They start talking to people. Hell, Chuggs had a show yesterday with Aaron Wilson, and he dropped a lot of really interesting nuggets in that show. But I do think that sources, wait until like this week to really start putting out some stuff that's going to make stuff happen in the NFL draft. What do I mean by that? I forget which draft I saw the other day, but Jeanty went number 5 to the Jags. And you're starting to hear a lot more rumors around the possibility of Ashton Jeanty going number 5 overall to Jacksonville. Maybe it's the Jags trying to get a team like the Raiders to trade up. Maybe it's a team trying to get like the Chicago Bears at number 10 to try to trade up. But to sit here and say that the Raiders are the only team and the Bears in the top 10 that would take Jeanty, I don't think that that's true at all. Because when you are as talented as a running back as what Jeanty is, if you believe that you are a team that is a running back away, and if you haven't seen some of the comments that he made yesterday where he was like, this is tackle football, right? Why not take the guy or draft the player that everybody has a hard time tackling? Why not do that? Why not go out and get the best player on the board? And you can make an argument that Ashton Jeanty is the best player that's going to be on the board. Let's go to my man Chava Carrillo. What up, man? Is Membou a generational talent? Probably not. Quite frankly, I think that like the only true players that you could sit here and say generational talent for is probably Travis Hunter. And I think that the term generational talent gets overused way too often. I do think Armand Membou can be just as good as Tristan Wirfs, who's the highest paid offensive tackle in the NFL. I think Membou is the best offensive lineman in this year's draft. And for somebody that believes in winning and predicates themselves on building the trenches, like again, like the Armand Membou pick's not going to be a sexy pick like Ashton Jeanty. If you don't value the trenches, then, maybe you don't go Armand Membou. Maybe you want to go with Jeanty. To me, though, I value the trenches. And I'm telling y'all right now, like if the draft started right now, because I'm looking at our live poll, I know Ashton Jeanty's winning that poll, but my vote also counts in this thing. If it was up to me right now as it stands, we will be going with Armand Membou. But I also want to give you guys the ability to make the selection when you need to be able to make the selection.
Speaking of that, I do have kind of the rules, which I think I'm a little loud. Let me turn it down. Yeah, there we go. I was yelling at you, Mitch. I do have the rules for how we're gonna go with pick 6.
Yep.
So it's based on 1, the live poll.
Yep.
2, super chatting, and then also me and Mitch each have a vote. Or no, I guess because I'm doing Texans, you'll have a vote for the Raiders.
So the way that today's going to go is this. The live poll for the pick, whoever ends up getting the pick, you're good, ends up getting 50 votes, okay? So we have an hour and about, let's say, 10 minutes to get the pick.
Let's say you get 50 votes as well.
Cool. I love it. I get 50 votes as well. So I'm telling y'all right now, I'm going to go with Armand Membou, right? So that means technically 50 votes right now for Jeanty, 50 votes for Armand Membou, and whatever the other votes are, that could end up happening. If you want to get one of your votes in, that way I know who you want to pick. That way Jeremy Chuggs knows who you want to pick. That way you have an influence on what these picks actually are. Every $10 super chat that we get is going to count as 1 vote. Every $20 super chat leading up until we make a pick is going to be 3 votes. If you bang on today's show, it's going to count as 20 votes. And one person I already know has already done it because I told him what we were going to do today. So this one's coming in from Justin Jeanty. Bang! Ashton Jeanty is who Justin Abgen wants. Member of Mount Raidermore. Lives in that area. Sent me a picture, actually, of Jeanty. Abgen, you know it's all love, man. I miss you. I hope that everything's going well. I know you told me that some of the shit you got going on in your life. Shout out to Justin Abgen. So that means this. Ashton Jeanty right now has the lead. The pick right now would be Jeanty. And whoever the MVP of today's show is, I'm going to have a special deal for you guys tomorrow again. We're going to be live for Friday happy hour. It's going to be a lot.
I'm about to send 200 for Shedeur.
I mean, I know there's going to be some people that want the Raiders to go out and get Shedeur. Like right now I see 9% of the votes for Shedeur, 26% of the votes for Armand Membou, and I see 61% of the votes for Ashton Jeanty. I also want to say a huge shout-out to the nation. Huge shout-out to the nation. Everybody that messaged me when all the reports came out around Membou, I appreciate the fact that y'all know, like, I would like to see it. I've already seen it most of the time by the time you guys sent it to me. But I think that I'm one of the only people amongst the nation, and this is before the reports came out, that wanted the Raiders to go out and get Armand Membou. And maybe there's other content creators out there. I'm not trying to throw or say bad things about anybody. It's just, I don't have the opportunity to watch what everybody else is saying. Yeah. But I do think that I've kind of been on this lone island of I would go with Armand Membou at 6 because I want to have a top 10 offensive line, and I think that you can build a really special team when you go out and you try to build a team in that regard. Let's go to Carter. I see a question coming in here. Ramsey for mayor and a 4th. Yeah, I'd do that in a heartbeat. I would do that in a heartbeat. Like, to me, at the end of the day, if you don't have to give up a 3rd-round pick to go out and get Jalen Ramsey, I think that that would be a good thing overall. I think also, yeah, you got to give up a 4th and Mayer, but Mayer is a player that is still being shopped, and I don't know if he's being shopped by the Raiders or if there are teams coming calling about Mayer. I think Mayer does want an opportunity to be the number 1 tight end on the NFL roster. So we'll see what ends up happening. But if you told me this is what it would cost to go out and get Jalen Ramsey, I would trade Michael Mayer and I would trade a 4th-round pick in order to do it. I think it's actually a pretty easy trade that ends up happening. Now, you still have to pay Ramsey, which is not that big of a deal, $21.1 million this year, and the final 3 years of his contract have $0 million guaranteed. So it's honestly more of a 1-year prove-it deal for the Raiders. What up, Stefan? Shout out to my Raider family. Are we trading for someone during the draft, or do we sign a free agent? I think that we end up signing a free agent after the draft. I think a name to keep in mind there is Tyler Lockett, just for the obvious reasons of his connections to Geno Smith, his obvious connections to Pete Carroll. I'll also say, could we end up like, if you told me right now which players do I think are the most likely to get traded
top 3
by the Raiders on draft night, I'd probably go Aiden O'Connell just because he's a quarterback and the Raiders showed interest already in Joe Milton. I would say Dylan Parham, which might be a bit of a surprising answer considering the fact of, if you go out and you draft an Armand Membou, I'm almost curious of what they do to DJ Glaze. Do they try to kick him in? Because Parham's got 1 year left on his contract. If you don't plan on giving him an extension, That's probably the player that I would try to move on from. And then the other name in there is going to be Michael Mayer because we've heard from sources that Mayer could be on his way out.
Myers?
Jacoby ain't getting traded. Jacoby's going to be a Raider. What up, Abby? If by some chance Abdul is there at 6, should we take him?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. 1,000 times yes.
You know, and that's kind of where we go back to the, imagine last year, like Abdul Carter falling to 6 is how I would explain to Raiders fans that, Brock Bowers was available to the Raiders at 13, where, it was not a need. And I still think Raiders fans would say Brock Bowers probably wasn't a need at 13, but it ended up being the right pick, right? I can't imagine how miserable last season would have been if we didn't have Brock Bowers. I mean, if the Raiders don't have Brock Bowers last season, I think you make an argument we have the number 1 pick.
Could you imagine if they took a non-impactful defensive lineman instead?
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, maybe Jalen Carter should have been the pick over Tyree Wilson. Some might say.
Which, I mean, you can obviously say that hindsight, but there was never going to be an instance where the Raiders, I feel like, especially post-Henry Ruggs, draft a player with that kind of background.
Sure. Yeah, and I think, like, that's the reason why it didn't end up happening is the Raiders had to make decisions that maybe other team had to make at that current time, and it was a difficult decision to go out there and make. It is what it is. Rebel, I see the super chat, which we'll get to here in a moment. Let's go to Dumas. What up, Dumas? How do you think that AOC will progress this new regime? Thank you guys for all that you do for the nation. Appreciate you, my man. I would say, do I think that he's going to get better? Yes, I do. And I think almost every year Aiden O'Connell is going to sharpen his mind, which for Aiden is going to make him better. From a physicality standpoint, he's extremely limited for, what he can and honestly cannot do. But if you're somebody like Pete Carroll and you want to add competition, Aiden O'Connell's going to have value because he's going to be able to say, you know what, I did pick the brain of Tom Brady. I was able to sit down with John Spytek. I was able to sit down with Chip Kelly. I was able to talk to Pete Carroll. And Aiden going up against whoever they end up drafting, maybe it's a Quinn Ewers, maybe it's a Will Howard, maybe it's a Jalen Milroe. I don't really think it's going to be a Shedeur Sanders or even a
Marshall Green.
A Jaxson Dart type of quarterback. I'm a believer the Raiders end up looking for a guy on day 3. But to me, AOC, he is going to progress. No. Let's go to Rebel. What up, man? Dr. Pepper is a game of guess who. So
he's nuts.
Rebel thinks it was you. I don't think it was you.
Oh, I was confused.
So that the whole video we put out yesterday on Dr. Pepper, I saw Rebel was commenting on it.
Oh yeah, he thinks it's Marshall.
Nope. You are sus. No, I did see that. That one was pretty good. Rebel, salute to you, man. Salute to everybody here in the building, y'all. Really greatly appreciate it. We got 312 people here. If you haven't already, make sure you guys click that like button. And again, I want to get some of these questions on. If you want to skip the line of the questions, comments coming in, super chat to get on top.
If you do super chat, though, if it's more than 10, add who you want us to take at 6.
Please.
We can add it to the tally.
Please, please, please. What happens to Glaze? That's kind of the big unknown in this. And you're going to get a video that I recorded yesterday. It's going to come out either tomorrow or sometime over the weekend just because we have a little bit of a longer break here at Chat Sports due to Easter weekend. I don't want to give away one of the shows that I did, but I don't know what's going to happen to Glaze. And what's kind of sad about this situation is, I can remember last year when the Raiders drafted DJ Glaze, it was probably one of the top players, and I was like, man, that felt like a little bit of a reach, and I'll still say that it might have been a little bit of a reach for the Raiders. Now looking back on it, it was a good pick. He was able to show that he could be a reliable offensive lineman with a lot of, changing parts on that offense as a rookie. He deserves credit. I personally thought that Glaze was going to be better as an offensive guard in the NFL. To me, though, I do think that he was able to prove that he was able to be an offensive tackle. Very interesting tweet right here. Rapoport, free agent quarterback Aaron Rodgers says, I'll set it straight from the jump. I'm in a different phase of my life. I'm 41 years old. I'm in a serious relationship. I have personal commitments I have made, and people in my inner circle batting difficult stuff. To make a commitment to a team is a big thing.
Who said that?
Aaron Rodgers just said it. So Aaron Rodgers just said basically he's going to keep people in limbo for a little bit longer, which, again, should not surprise anybody.
Sperry was convinced he was signing with the Steelers.
No way, dude. It was not going to happen.
Do you want to feel old?
Yeah.
Do you remember seeing Steph Curry and his daughter during the finals and stuff? Do you remember that? Like,
oh, yeah.
This is his daughter now.
Wow, dude, that is pretty wild, man. I do think like that's one of the cool parts about sports, especially in today's day and age of like media. Like you get to see player. Like I'll tell you this right now, I'm excited to see. Max, I imagine, is going to be a Raider for his entire career. It's going to be really cool to see how his daughter just continues to grow up.
When Charlie Woods first plays around professionally in golf, Tiger Woods' son.
Oh yeah, I mean that'll be full circle. I mean, I think it's really cool even, being able to watch guys that you saw growing up, right? Like, I think even, I know Shedeur has had a lot of bad meetings with a lot of teams and has rubbed a lot of teams the wrong way, but still, it's really cool, I think, to be able to see Shedeur Sanders kind of follow in the footsteps of his father. I think it's different positions, but, I mean, it's still really damn cool to me, man.
I also think, which me and Trace, y'all know Trizzy Trace, we're laughing about this the other day, in, 10 years, is the entire NFL just going to be juniors? Like, Peyton Manning Jr. throws it to, oh, no, look what is Randy Moss Jr.
I mean, maybe not. I will tell you this, though. You can't tell me that if you were somebody like one of those two guys that you just mentioned, if you name your kid Junior, you're going to go to the league. There's going to be colleges.
Max Crosby Jr., dog.
He's getting a full ride to Eastern Michigan, and he's getting drafted by the Raiders.
I don't know if he needs a full ride.
Well, no, but he'd get one. I mean, Max donated $1 million to that stadium. Yeah, he's fine.
He owns the fields, though.
He's fine. James K. Mitch, you have Trey Tucker in F on draft night. He turned out to be a decent wide receiver. I actually would disagree with that, right? Like, you drafted Trey Tucker in the 3rd round. I don't think that he's shown you anything yet to say that that's been worth that type of pick. And a lot of times, you gotta base it on the overall positional value of when you end up going out there and you take somebody. But I think Trey Tucker can still be a good player, but he's got to be able to show us that, I would say right now, even we had a 5th round grade on him. So, in my mind, if we got a 5th round grade on somebody and you end up taking him in the 3rd round, in my mind, that's a reach. And he has performed, I would say, like a 5th and a 6th rounder, not like a 3rd round pick. I think that's more than fair to say around him.
I think you go back, you probably still graded an F. I mean, what has he done? I don't
know if I'd give it an F. I'd probably give it like a D.
We like the potential of Trey Tucker, but if we're being
honest,
honest,
I also don't remember if I gave it an F.
Is Trey Tucker a wide receiver 3 on any team?
Maybe, maybe not. I think Trey Tucker's going to be used this season very heavily, more from a special team standpoint, and I think that's where you're going to see, a lot more of his value overall. Let's go to my man Cass Joey. Poor favor for Jeanty, so add 2 more votes to the Jeanty train here.
3 more.
Sorry, been MIA. All right, that's on me. Remodeling the new house has made me crazy busy. Yeah, I've been seeing that you've been ripping some shit up. I forget what you posted on Instagram the other day, but you're like, whoever made this or whoever designed this, you were kind of ripping them a new one. Can't wait for the draft. I'd keep Aiden unless they get a quarterback draft choice. No rush in drafting one arm. I also would keep Aiden O'Connell.
I actually didn't even think about this until now.
Yep.
What do we do if Jeanty's gone at 6?
If Jeanty's gone at 6, then I think we just got to go whoever's number 2 in the votes. I think that there is a chance that Ashton Jeanty is not available to the Raiders at 6.
What if Jeanty and Membou are gone?
If Jeanty and Membou are gone, then we go maybe whoever's 3rd in the votes. In my mind, I know who I would pick, and I think I know who the
would be Shedeur.
And I think I know. No,
that's who's 3rd in the votes.
Well, I also get a vote, so my vote would outweigh that one.
No, they're both 50.
Sure. All right.
And then if one person super chats Shedeur.
True. Yeah. All right. We can throw a wrench into it. Yeah, that would be bad for me. I really don't think the Raiders. I think that there is a 5% chance that the Raiders take Shedeur.
Oh wait, that would
be bad. That would be bad. Again, I know there's a lot of people out there that want Shedeur, and I'm not going to sit up here and say, I think right now there's a problem with a lot of Raiders fans where it's if somebody disagrees with you, you just rip them apart and you're like, oh, that guy's an effing idiot. if people want to go with Shedeur Sanders, I'm not going to knock you on it. It's just not what I would do. I don't really view Shedeur as a top 20 overall prospect, so to take him at 6 is a little bit of a big reach for me. Shout out to, though, my man, Cass Joey. Let's go down in the comments. Let me know. Scale from 1 to 10. How shocked would you be if the Raiders pass on Ashton Jeanty? Let's say it's draft night. We're sitting there. It's Pete Carroll, John Spytek. Scale it from 1 to 10. How shocked would you be if the Raiders end up passing on Ashton Jeanty? I'll tell you this. I actually think that I would be pretty surprised. And I really, really, truly mean that. Because if I was a betting man, I would say that Jeanty is the top choice. The Armand Membou rumors are intriguing to me, but I talked about that in a video yesterday of I almost wonder if some of the Membou rumors are just smoke because this relationship or this team values relationship just so flippin' closely, and because they value relationships so closely, to not bring Armand Membou in on a top 30 visit, to not have a combine meeting with him, to not meet with him at his pro day, that's interesting to me. Where I actually think if that would be the situation in the actual draft, I think Will Campbell would be the pick. And then if you're like, if Will Campbell's not there, well then somebody else that was supposed to go early on would have ended up being the pick. I see Lucky King's going to go with a 10. Shab's going to go with a 0. Raider Lowe says 7. Malachi Muhammad says 1. Jeff Garcia is going to go with an 8. VT Holmes, best chat sports channel right here. VT, I hope that we end up winning because I'm not going to lie to y'all. We've been kind of getting our butt kicked over the past few weeks here at Chat Sports where, like I said, I'm a very competitive person. I want the Raiders Report always to be the #1 channel. I don't know if we are right now, and I get it. I think there's a lull right now in the draft process for Raiders fans. But at the same time, I got to be able to answer to people, and I hope when people tune into the show, they hit that like button. They comment down below. They share. And if you have the ability to get those questions in Super Chat, get the party started, believe it or not, it helps us out a lot. What up, Eric? Appreciate you, man. Jeanty at number 6. Let's go. If he's not there, let's stack up some picks and trade back. No trades today. Yeah, that's got to be something that I got to mention. But on the actual draft day, again, I have no problem trading back. And I know there's a lot of Raiders fans out there that really, really, truly want Ashton Jeanty. I would be happy with the pick of Jeanty. And for the first time in a long time, I could sit up here and I'd go, if the Raiders draft Ashton Jeanty on draft night, I'm going to be happy about it. If the Raiders draft Armand Membou on draft night, I'm going to be happy about it. If they go with Will Campbell, I'm going to be okay with it. And I could even sit there, those would be the picks that were in my mind. I would really think that that's where they're going to go at number 6. If they trade back, let's say they trade back to 9, maybe they trade back to 10, 11, 12, I don't know where it could be, 13, right? You then give your ability to draft a Jalen Walker, a Jahdae Barron, a Will Johnson, and then if you can add an extra second-round pick to be able to really stack this team, that's what's most important. What's not most important is just making sure you get the first-round pick right. It's making sure that whoever you take in the first round helps you and allows you to fill out the rest of your draft to make sure it's the best draft overall possible. Though, shout out to you, man. Appreciate it. Let's go to my man White Hat. I'm hoping for Membou and a Miller extension. That's 3 right there for Membou. The Miller extension, I just dropped a video about, 30 minutes ago on the Raiders Report, which somebody I saw just texted me, are we doing a duck race? Yes, we are doing a duck race. It is a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365 if you want a shot to win some money today, which, again, today's going to be something that we've never really done before. Damian Lillard has been cleared. That's good. I was just texting Dame yesterday. He was like, should we trade for Jalen Ramsey? I was like, yes, we should, Dame. But if you want to get in for a chance to win some money, it's a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. We'll probably do this at the very, very end of today's show, and whoever has a shot to win some money, good luck to you. I hope that it gets up there. I hope it's a big pot today. $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. Make sure you add me as a friend. All right, White Hat. Sorry, I want to go back to his super chat real quick. In terms of the Colt Miller extension, it's going to be a 2-year extension, and I don't know if it happens before the draft. I was under the impression it was going to happen after the draft, and that's kind of like the way that the Raiders were trying to do it. From my understanding, it was the Raiders are going to focus on the draft. They also don't – this is what I was told before the Jeremy Fowler report, was that the Raiders didn't want to do anything like extensions before the draft because then it kind of, how can I describe this in a better way? Say it again. Tips your hand a little bit maybe of what they could do, and I do think that part of the rumors coming out there around Armand Membou is, if you know that a team's not going to trade up for a quarterback, because I actually don't know if Shedeur Sanders goes in round one. Like, that's a legitimate conversation right now around NFL circles. But if you don't know if a quarterback's going to be a reason why some team trades up, maybe a team would end up trading up for an offensive tackle to protect that blind side. And if the Raiders go out and they give Colt Miller an extension, I'm not saying it eliminates the possibility of the Raiders drafting Membou and Will Campbell. I don't think it eliminates it at all. But when you do something like that, I think it just gives other NFL teams maybe just a little bit more of a look in of what you're thinking, how you're, moving forward. And if I was the Raiders with Colt Miller, like, Miller is one of the most laid-back dudes, stand-up guy, and he's going to handle the situation the right way. I'm very confident in that. And because, think about the type of human beings that Colton Miller and Jakobi Meyers are. They want to be Raiders. They want to stay in Las Vegas. I'm telling y'all. So I don't think it's going to be a messy situation. I think it's going to be a really easy type of contract extension situation. So believing that, I think it ends up happening after the draft. Let's get a running back later in the rounds. Howard later, been here since the beginning. Great to see y'all doing well. White Hat, appreciate you, man. I think it's really cool when I get messages like this because I know there's a lot of people that rock with us, from the amount of messages I got when Geno Smith came out in his press conference rocking that silver suit. We had a lot of people like, shit, maybe we should bring back the silver suit. I don't mind if the Raiders draft a running back early at 6 like Jeanty because I do think Jeanty is really that talented. But I also am not going to be upset if they don't get him. And then you're able to go out and get a Trevian Henderson, a Caleb Johnson. Maybe it's a Quinshawn Junkins type of running back in round 2 and round 3. White Hat, cheers to you, man. Let's go back to Cast Joey. If he's not there, they'll have their board go best available. I would not get a quarterback at 6. It would probably be an offensive lineman also. I got the hat and jersey. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you finally got it. Cass, do you want 3? I mean, you sent in a 20. Do you want 3 more votes for Jeanty, or do you want 3 votes for Membou? I'm going to let you pick. Let me know down below, my brother. But I also would not go quarterback at 6, and if you would have told me I'd be saying that back in November and December, I would have said that you're high on something, right? But now looking at how the Raiders structured Geno's contract, the way that they believe in Geno, and here's the number one way that I would say the Raiders aren't going to draft Shedeur, and this has been a conversation we've had before on this show where, I was saying I think the Raiders can move on from Aiden O'Connell because the fans haven't fully bought into Geno Smith. The Raiders want you to fully buy into Geno Smith. Pete Carroll wants you to fully buy in to Geno Smith, and if you go out and you draft Shedeur, you instantly split the fan base in half. And that's not what this team's going to do, and I don't think it's what the team wants to do. Let's go to my man Muerte, sending in some of the good vibes. Hey, man, we got 420 people here in the building, yet we only have 152 likes. If we get to 200 likes, I'm going to give you guys a fun little deal that involves a Raiders Report hat. Let's go to James K. What up, man? Let's say, I think you mean Josh Simmons, falls to us in round 2, offensive lineman from Ohio State. Because of injuries, and we pick him, would you say Colt Miller going to be gone then since Josh Simmons is a left tackle? So I actually have already talked about exactly what you're discussing here. And I talked about it on, I want to say it was the video that I put out earlier in the week. It was something around like an ESPN mock draft. I think the video went out on Wednesday, but we were talking about it live on Tuesday. I don't think Josh Simmons means that Colt Miller's leaving. If anything, and I almost wonder if it means, what exactly they're going to do with Josh Simmons. Because Simmons did play right tackle in 2022 for the Buckeyes. I believe he's definitely more suited to be an offensive, or on the left side. But there are some scouts out there that view him as a left guard. And if I was the Raiders, and I almost wonder if more teams would try to do this, if you're worried about a player with some injuries, right? We said that. What if you put Josh Simmons at left guard with Colt Miller at left tackle, and then again, I'll be real with you, though. If Colt Miller doesn't get a contract extension, he's not going to be on the team this season. He's going to end up getting traded. So if you're the Raiders and you know that, then you either know you're going to give an extension to Miller after the draft, or you try to trade Colt Miller before the draft. But I think that deal is going to be an easy one to end up getting done. Again, Colt Miller is 29 years old. Like, people talk about Colt Miller being the way people talk about Colt Miller, you'd swear to God he's 40 years old. I know he's been on the team for a long time. He's been a part of this organization since 2018, but he's 29. He's going to be 30 on October 9th. Let's go to Silver Shield Savage. What's up, my brother? Appreciate you tuning in, dude. Appreciate the super chat. James K., what up, what up? I also see, again, more super chats, more questions coming in. Reminder, we are doing, for the first time ever, a Chat Sports live mock draft. All of the channels here at Chat Sports are getting ready to go live, and when they go live, the draft itself is going to start in 38 minutes. I'm going to be making the pick for the Raiders. Y'all are also going to be a big part of what we end up doing here for that pick, and if it started right now, the pick that we would end up going with is Ashton Jeanty. I'm just telling you that right now. Based on the votes that we have, based on the poll that we have, it would end up being Ashton Jeanty. So just keep that in mind. What round pick could we get for Colton Miller? I mean, I would want a second-round pick, and I don't really want to budge on that. And, again, like, I don't want to trade Colton. If you told me that, can we get a deal done, I think we can. We have the salary cap space to be able to do it. I would want to tie Colton Miller with Geno Smith, with Max Crosby, with Pete Carroll. Let's just do that. It's also not going to cost, I think, a crazy amount of money. And locking in your left tackle is extremely important. But I would say I would want a second-round pick, and the only reason why I would say I want a second-round pick is because if you trade away Colton Miller, I'm sorry, you got to throw the Ashton Jeanty dreams out the window. You got to take Armand Membou. You got to take Will Campbell there at number 6. And then you'd have pick number 37. You'd have another pick, let's say, somewhere around in that second round. That's where you have the opportunity then, in my mind, to go get another running back. And maybe it's a Caleb Johnson. Maybe it's a Trevion Henderson. Maybe it's a Quinshaw Junkins. We'll see. We got some more questions, comments coming up here in just a moment. Before I get into that, though, huge shout-out to today's sponsor, Game Time, the official ticketing app of Chat Sports and the Raiders Report. I love this time of the year. Playoffs are right around the corner for the NBA and NHL. Plus, baseball is finally back. If you're trying to go to your favorite sporting event, Game Time is the app for you. I've used Game Time for the past few years, and I can't tell you how many MLB games I've gone to because of Game Time. Now, I will say this. One of my favorite parts about going to a game is the atmosphere and the memories that you have for just the length of time. Like, I still, to this day, remember my dad took me to a Mets and Cubs game when I was a really, really young kid, and it was a Mike Piazza game. He ended up hitting a home run. Sammy Sosa ended up hitting a home run. To this day, I can still remember the Sammy Sosa, like, shuffle going down the first baseline because the way I do actually remember the score of that game. The Mets won 2-1, and it was the only run that the Cubs ended up scoring. So seeing Sammy Sosa be able to, like, skip down the line is something that I'll hold forever. And, you know, when you were able to hold a memory like that, I mean, that's freaking priceless. Luckily for you, you're going to be able to save some money with Game Time. So take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. My favorite part about Game Time is the Game Time picks. You can save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater. Game Time Picks makes last-minute ticket buying easier than ever by quickly highlighting the best deals in the stadium. So, terms apply. Again, create an account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, that's CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download Game Time today, and if you're wondering what time is it, it's game time. All right, let's get back into some of these questions. Let's get back into some of these comments here. Again, we are leading up to the NFL mock draft here. The draft is a week away. The mock that we're going to do here at Chat Sports, I don't know how long this is going to take. I think it's going to take a few hours, an hour or two. Yeah, I mean, today, like, we're going to be live for a while today. And this is not going to be just something where, you know, we're here. It's a normal segment. I mean, every one of our channels is going to be going live. Each pick is, what, a minute long? Each pick is a minute long, and we're doing a 3-round mock draft. So based on that alone, plus we'll have some other things throughout today's live show that'll be thrown in there. Maybe. Silver and Shield, what up, man?
Mitch.
If all the quarterbacks except Ward are available, which quarterback would you choose? Also, why are we shopping Mayer? I think it would be awesome to see him in a chip 2 tight end set. I actually don't know if the Raiders are shopping Michael Mayer, and that's the confusing part about Mayer is it's been reported that the Raiders are shopping him. It's also been reported that they're not shopping him. Something that you're going to get tomorrow is a video on Michael Mayer, and I don't want to totally give away some of the inside information that we have.
Which one is it, Vinny?
But we have some really interesting, let's just say this, very interesting Michael Mayer information from an NFL insider that we're going to talk about tomorrow on our live show when we go live for happy hour. If all the quarterbacks except Ward are available, which one would I choose? I'd go with the one that I can get the best value on in day 3, where, again, I don't want the Raiders to take a quarterback at 6. I don't think it makes any sense at all. I think you're hoping Shedeur Sanders turns into a Geno Smith level type of quarterback, and I just don't think Shedeur is going to be better than Geno over the next 3 seasons. Again, you went out, you got Geno to win right now, and drafting a quarterback at number 6, you're going to kind of do what the Atlanta Falcons did last season, and I'm hoping that the Raiders would learn from those mistakes. We got 420 people right now in the building. We are at 191 likes. If you haven't already,
like the video.
Make sure you click that like button. Let's go to Excavator. What do you think of DJ West, edge in the 5th round? My vote is Mason Graham, if available. If he's not, I'll take Jeanty. So that means Mason Graham now has some votes on the board, which that makes me happy. I think Mason Graham could be another pick that if the Raiders ended up going with it, it might not be the, sexiest pick out there, but if you are somebody that values the trenches, and I know obviously the Raiders really do value the trenches. I saw a really cool stat the other day on Mason Graham, so I'm trying to look for it right now, and I'm hoping I'm able to find it, though I don't see it. Son of a gun. I'll try to find it. It was basically like the difference that Mason Graham made on like running plays when he was on and not on the field at Michigan. And it was eye-popping. I don't really think that the Raiders need another defensive lineman. You can always have extra offensive linemen. It's never a bad thing. That I know for sure. Wow, that's wild. The Saints channel they are in the lead right now for our Super Chat battle, Saints. They just got a monster. That's awesome.
Where do you see that?
Trace just messaged me.
What did he get?
Somebody just sent a 250 for Lopez the Shotgun a Loco. Dude, that's insanity, man. So we are doing a Super Chat battle today amongst all of our Chat Sports channels, and we are down right now. We're down pretty bad, quite frankly. I don't even think we're in the top 3. So if you want to help this channel continue to grow and continue to be able to provide the best content that we can, provide even more videos, because I will admit, last year we were able to go live a bunch based on, I'm just being very transparent, based on the way that the channel has done over the past few months. I don't know if we're going to be able to do as many videos as what we did last year. We'll still be able to provide a lot of content, but we also got to be able to just be realistic, and that's what I try to do with you guys. So if you want to help us be number 1 today, comment anytime we ask a question, like hashtag Raiders, all that stuff helps. Don't be afraid to get in there in the vote. If you haven't already, hit that like button. If you haven't already, share the video. And if we end up winning the Super Chat battle, that is a huge, huge statement that this team, Raiders Report, is still the number 1 spot here at Chat Sports. So we allowed you guys to get some votes in. And right now, the overall poll of who we would end up going with, Ashton Jeanty's got 23 points. Membou and Mason Graham got 3. Shedeur Sanders has 1 point. Friendly reminder, whoever ends up winning the live poll ends up getting 50 votes. I also am going to end up getting 50 votes. So the live poll is a big one, and that's going to have a lot of influence on what the Raiders end up doing. A lot of influence on what the Raiders end up doing.
Somebody just drops a 500, and they're like, take Jaxson Dart.
Be a lot of votes, man. I'll tell you what, it would be, if you really wanted the Raiders to draft Jaxson Dart, and really F up our entire Chat Sports mock draft, it would be interesting. I'll give you that.
It would be pretty funny.
It would actually be kind of funny. What up, Malachi? Mark and Tom love Shedeur.
It's chess. We were very open last year on the QB we wanted.
Yeah, I know that. I know Mark Davis and Tom Brady like Shedeur. And quite frankly, I think the only way humanly possible that the Raiders end up taking Shedeur, if you told me right now that Pete Carroll and John Spytek are the only people that get to make this pick for the Raiders, 0% chance it's Shedeur Sanders. Because Mark Davis loves money, and because Tom Brady and the Sanders family are very close, Also, Max Crosby and Shedeur are actually a lot closer than what people realize. But if Mark and Tom do have a say, there is a chance that Shedeur happens. But let's be very, very clear. If Shedeur is the pick, it's not who Pete Carroll and John Spytek wanted. It's who Mark Davis and Tom Brady wanted. And I don't think that's how smart organizations operate. Which, if you're gonna hire the people, let them do their job. What do you got for me?
This other content creator I follow just dropped the list of player announcing picks.
Okay.
Up in this year's draft.
I'm listening.
The Packers have a ton of people announcing. I guess it's in Green Bay, so they have every other pick. They have somebody else, somebody announcing.
Yep.
For the Raiders, they have one person who is scheduled to be a guest announced pick for the Raiders, a former player. Any guess on who that is? Let me know in the comment section. Who do you think the Raiders guest picker is
in the
draft?
Don't Google it. Don't Google it. The guest picker for the Raiders? I feel like I should know it.
And it's not somebody who is at least personally, in my mind, I wouldn't be oh, wow. It's not an obvious name in my opinion.
Interesting. Can you give me maybe a year or something like that they played? I mean, y'all are saying Woodson. That's not it.
He was a draft pick in the late 80s.
A draft pick in the late 80s?
So he played in the 90s.
That's tough then. I don't know. I don't even have a guess. Somebody said Maurice Jones-Drew, Darren Waller,
I'm
Tim
gonna wait.
Brown, but
I'm gonna
Tim
wait
Brown's
until,
a notable Raider.
I want to see if anybody gets it. No, nobody's gotten it so far. That is my clue to you.
Okay.
Nobody's
gotten it so far.
Oh wait, maybe I have to scroll up a little bit.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's gotten it so far.
Interesting.
Very, very random person in my opinion.
Cliff Branch passed away. It's a good guess, though. It's a good guess.
From the grave.
I mean, I'll tell you what. If there's one guy that's fast enough to beat death, it's Cliff Branch. He just runs right up to the podium and gives the pick. That would be electric, man.
Dad.
Oh, I saw one vote come in from Cliff Branch, and I saw it was my dad. And I'm like, well, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
Somebody's got which I think they might have Googled it.
Terrence?
Yeah.
Terrence Minor? Terrence Minor, you got it correct, ma'am. You got it right. Edgar Sosa, Mitchell Renz. I bet you maybe this is me tooting my own horn a little bit too much, and some of y'all are probably like, Mitch, bro, you got to pump the brakes a little bit. If you told me right now, if I was a betting man, if I announced a pick in my lifetime for the Raiders, I like to think that that answer could be a yes.
If Sketch is doing it, I feel like we could have a chance.
I think we'd have a chance. Now, again, I don't know if it would be any time recent, right? I'm going to be live for the NFL draft. I'm going to be doing that type of stuff. But if I'm 60 years old, I hope that Raider Nation at that point's let's let that Mitchell Renz guy do a pick.
Let's see.
Obviously, if I'm still doing what I'm doing right now.
Also, a former Raider is announcing a pick for another team. Any guess on who that is?
You got to give me the year.
He was undrafted in 2019. But he's announcing a pick for another team.
Alec Ingold?
Yeah! Any guess on what team he's announcing the pick for?
He played for Miami for many years.
Ding, ding,
Is he still down there? I actually don't even know if he's still there.
Miami Dolphins.
So he's a very, very well-loved person in every community because he raises a lot of money. But Alec Ingold, that's a name right there. I miss Alec Ingold.
Let's
Dude
see.
was a legend.
Are there any other former Raiders that are announcing picks?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. For the Packers.
Okay. Josh Jacobs.
No. Wide receiver.
Wide receiver? When did he?
He got drafted in 2008.
Green Bay. James Jones?
Oh, well, yes, that is one.
That is one?
But I think maybe I'm wrong. There's another receiver I think played for the Raiders.
I don't know.
Jordy Nelson?
Oh, yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, I thought he did. I thought he played for the Raiders.
If I showed you a picture of Jordy Nelson, what year was that? 2018 maybe? Like, Jordy Nelson being a Raider is as crazy as Jason Witten being a Raider. Like, I can remember those years where the Raiders got those two guys. I was like, what on earth is happening? Speaking of what on earth is happening, if you're just tuning in, today is the very first time in Chat Sports history we are doing a live Chat Sports mock draft. The draft itself is going to be starting in 23 minutes and 45 seconds. This is going to be an interesting day. We've never done this before in company history. We got 500 people live right now on today's show. If you haven't already, make sure you guys click that like button. We are doing some different types of deals today. I wanted to allow you guys to have the opportunity to make the pick for what we end up doing here at number 6. And if you do want to have a say of what ends up happening, you got to get your votes in right now. Because if you don't get your votes in now, I'm not going to have any power of once our pick is on the clock. Because we have 1 minute to make the pick. We have 1 minute to make the pick, and I would say the pick's probably going to be here in 30 minutes. 30 minutes from now, we will be on the clock. We will be making a pick for the Las Vegas Raiders at 6, and then we'll go to 37, and then we will go to, obviously, 68. But it's going to be a full mock draft, Chat Sports. So if you are going to be tuning in for our live NFL draft coverage, and we're doing what we're doing today, then you're probably going to like what we'll end up doing on the actual draft day. But I'm excited to see how this one ends up going down. Jeanty, though, right now does have 50 votes from the live poll, and he is clearly, and I mean clearly, in the lead right now based on the votes that we have gotten so far. Yeah, man, we'll see. Drew, how am I liking the Soto signing? Honestly, not too much. So far, not so. I mean, like, the Mets honestly haven't done anything offensively. The only player that's really been hitting for the Mets is the Polar Bear. Let's go to Gilbert Moreno, Four Loko, Mitch. I'm good on the Four Loko, dude. I think I'm going to pass on that one. It would be, we did Four Loko a few days ago, or not days ago, a few weeks ago on this show. I don't think, were you here?
No.
Yeah, that was what, Cullen? It was Loko, I think it was me. That was it. I forget why you weren't here.
I was at my nephew's bar mitzvah.
Was that the Geno Smith trade?
That was at my nephew's bar mitzvah.
Okay, I can remember, like, us doing it. I just didn't remember what live show it was for.
Los Oakland Raiders.
This year's draft's going to be difficult. I want a running back, but I want our O-line or a wide receiver. I don't think that a wide receiver is really going to be in the cards for the Raiders at number 6. If you told me if you told me there's a receiver that the Raiders end up drafting in round 1, I would say his name is Emeka Egbuka, but it wouldn't be at 6. It would be them trying to trade back in to round 1. I mean, there's been some people that think Tetairoa McMillan. Like, I just saw Tetairoa McMillan the other day go in a mock draft. He went 25 overall. Matthew Golden is starting to, again, kind of climb boards again. I want a running back, too. It's just we have so many holes out there, and we have so many holes that we need to fill, giggity, that it's really important for us to be able to fill all those holes, and I'm just somebody that believes in the trenches. I also know that we can get good running back talent later on in the draft as well, which it's very interesting. The last 24, 48 hours around the Raiders, there are more and more people thinking that the Raiders will not take Ashton Jeanty. Maybe they're hearing something based on what Spytek's been saying. Let's go to James K. Seems like Tyler Bookin has fallen a lot in the draft. How would you feel about him in round 2 if he falls? Would love it.
That'd be awesome.
I think Tyler Booker is a really good player. I did a video last week around some offensive line targets that I would like the Raiders to go out and get, and I did it in each round of the NFL draft. Booker was a name that I featured just because he's like a mean mother effer. You throw him in at left guard, you just let him maul people next to Jackson Powers Johnson. I mean, even if I guess you want to put him at right, but I'd probably put him at left. And I know that he fell down in drafts a little bit due to a poor NFL combine showing. It's not totally false, but like I'll take the tape on a guy and how he plays on tape over what they do at the NFL Combine every single day of the week. Let's go to my man Josh Melton. What up, Melton? Got to get the new beast mode, Ashton Jeanty. Add another vote there for Mr. Melton. Again, I said that we could do a duck race today. It's a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Right now, the only person that I see in this duck race is Charles G. So Charles G right now is hanging out by himself. If you want an opportunity to win a little bit of money, it's a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 888-866-9365 if you want a chance to go in and get this thing started. I see BP Lupp, Lost Oakland Raider, Gatlin Gunn. How are we all doing, y'all? If you want to shout out here on the Raiders Report, I want to see some Raiders down below because I feel like this has been kind of a quiet chat so far today. I feel like we've been a little bit sleepy. Are we still on the West Coast? We got to wake up here a little bit. I've been talking hella shit at Chat Sports that we were going to pull up and get wild today, and I'm hoping that we still have the opportunity to do it. Again, we're going to be live for probably an hour, 2 hours here on today's show, and we are doing some battles here with some other Chat Sports channels. We're down pretty bad right now. I hope, though, that we can get the ball rolling here because I want Raiders Report to stay number one. Let's go to Jersey Boy Greaser. Hot take. Kyle Williams would be the best receiver from this draft. I would say if you would have given me this take before Dan Orlovsky started the whole Kyle Williams hype train, I'd be more impressed.
Chris Sims.
Chris Sims. What did I say, Orlovsky?
Yeah.
Chris Sims.
Both frauds.
Chris Sims put Kyle Williams, I don't want to say on the map. I liked Kyle Williams as a wide receiver prospect. I just don't think that he's actually the number 2 receiver in the NFL draft. Time's going to tell. I think it's really going to come down to fit. It's going to come down to where he ends up landing, right? Like, if Puka Nacua, for example. If Puka Nacua would have been drafted by the Las Vegas Raiders, I hate to break it to you, he wouldn't be the Puka Nacua that you think of in your mind. He was able to land with Sean McVay in a perfect offense for him. He was able to land with Matthew Stafford. And, Cooper Kupp also got injured. So that really forced Puka to be that guy that really needed to step up for that organization. I do think Kyle Williams is going to be a good player. I'm not trying to discredit that. But my point with what you're saying is this is, I think, a lot less of a hot take now. I think it's almost like a trendy take that people are taking. If you haven't seen the poll that went out there, the most entertaining show to watch.
This is why we're behind Marsh and Trace.
This is brutal right now.
We're behind Marshall Green of Giants now, Knicks now, and Trace Gerard with Saints. Chat Sports voted us the 3rd most entertaining live show to watch.
Yep.
Number 3!
That's brutal. That's freaking brutal, man.
Are you kidding me?
We got 17 minutes to start this mock draft. All right.
Prove them wrong. Prove them wrong. This is bullshit.
Here's my deal. 1 to 2 is a bad day.
Yeah.
Dropping to 3 was tough. That was a tough pill to swallow.
We're sitting here looking like idiots with our pants down, and everybody's laughing at us because we're number 3.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
I hope we can get it going. Yeah, I'm hoping that the pick that we're able to get at 6 is the pick that's good pick. Right now, we would go with Ashton Jeanty, is what it looks like. I don't know if he's going to be available. I hope that he is, because again, we are allowing real people to make picks, and that's what this is very different about.
To be clear, in the actual draft, real people are also making the picks.
Real people will also make the picks as well. Yes.
It's AI. Yep. But yeah, we're all in on Jahdae.
We're all in on Jahdae.
Is this like Phoenix? No, it's not me.
No, kinda. Ant Ballin, what up, Mitch? I hope we take Membou at 6. Also a sleeper for round 4 is Damian Martinez. I like Damian Martinez. Martinez was also a running back that I featured in a video where I break down, running backs in each round of the draft where I want the Raiders to potentially go out and look at. I agree with you, though. I think Martinez is a very intriguing running back from a skill set that he presents on the field, and I think he's actually a really good fit, for somebody like Chip Kelly. Definitely still want to see what Raheem Mostert ends up doing, but when I look at the Raiders' top 30 visits, Ashton Jeanty and Caleb Johnson are the only top 30 visits that the Raiders did at running back. And I would say if you already have your lightning guy in Mostert, you might want to try to go out and add some thunder. I think Caleb Johnson would be thunder to Mostert's lightning. If you go out and you get Ashton Jeanty, that guy's just a full-on storm. I don't even know what the hell you call him. He's thunder, he's lightning, he's everything in one. And you could pair that with an older running back in Raheem Mostert. Let's go to James K. Super chat time. A wide receiver we don't seem to talk about at all here is Jalen Royals, Utah State. Has a 3-round grade. What about him if Noel is gone? I've heard some good talk around Jalen Royals. I'm not going to lie to you. I've been more on the
King.
Because the Raiders are really in into Jalen Noel. He's the receiver from Iowa State. And if he ends up going in round 2, then, yeah, we're not really going to talk here. I've been kind of hoping that Noel falls to round 3, and I've been somebody that has said the number 1 receiver most likely that the Raiders end up drafting is Jalen Noel. That's if he's available at number 3. So because of that, I haven't actually done as much homework on Jalen Royals, which, maybe I should have. And I'll try to, let me pull up actually Tom's draft notes here. Because our one guy we have here at Chat Sports, it blows my mind how often, he is spot on with some of his picks. Let me see here. Jalen, I just Controlled F'd it, and I don't see anything. All right, so he's got him as, likes him a lot as a kick returner, mostly outside, but did get a 22.4% slot reps this year. Basically didn't line up on the right side. Tom has him actually as great as a second, third-round prospect overall. Built like Debo and Malachi Corley.
Jay.
Sorry, guys.
It would be the third person, which right now it's Mason Graham.
Yep.
Would be the third person. And if all 3 of those guys are taken, then it's Shedeur.
Oh, man. You know what I love? Sean Irish! Shout out to Sean Irish, so far the MVP of today's show. Chuggs, I got to go get some water. My throat's already kind of bothering me again.
That thing again.
Yep.
Not that again. Oh, wait.
I don't know. I mean, I've been having issues all week. Yeah, it's really bad right now. What?
Mitch is just sad because somebody said, what if Jeanty and Membou are gone? And that kind of teared him up a little bit. Sean Irish dropping the 50 says, Raiders! I love the dreidel that I got with my Crosby jersey. My dreidel made out of clay. It's my good luck charm. I threw one up. Someone, please, for the love of God, slam it down. Somebody slam it down. It's basketball season. Be like Amin Thompson. Be like Alperen Şengün and slam this one down. Because that's what's going to happen up against the Warriors. Lock it, rocket, pizza pocket, Rockets in 5. Let's go. Sean put it out there. He put it out there. He said, I'm going to dance in the middle of the floor. Who's coming out with me? Who's coming out with me? Gatling Gun, you know what's up. He said, Rockets, book it. It's already booked. The flight's ready to go, Gatlin. We're all booked.
Frickin' book it. Did I buy Zyrtec? Yes. My body itself feels fine. I don't know why. I've had just this most annoying, little scratch tickle in the back of my throat, and when it hits me like a ton of bricks. That's why, I haven't been screaming. That's why I haven't been yelling as loud as what I typically do, I would say, on these shows. But I don't know. I'm trying to do the best I can right now to battle through it, and it kind of reminds me, right when I first started working here,
yeah,
I ended up getting, oh my goodness, Gilbert Moreno! Bang! Bang! Oh my! Bang! Gilbert, who do you want the Raiders to take? That's 40 votes right there. Gilbert, you know what? No, that's going to be 50. Gilbert, who do you want the Raiders to take at number 6? Let me know, Gilbert. If you want a shout out here on today's show, spam Gilbert frickin' Moreno down below. That was some legendary shit right there. Who's Gilbert going to go with? I don't know, man. I don't know. Jonathan said pick somebody random. I hope not. Gilbert, I'm hoping that you appreciate what we do here, and I hope that you pick somebody that you would actually want the Raiders to take at number 6. Who's it going to be, Gilbert?
Who's it going to be?
This is going to be interesting. Our actual mock draft will be starting here in 9 minutes. We will probably going to be on the clock in like 15 minutes. 15, maybe 20 minutes or so.
Gilbert,
who do you want, my man? I don't know what he's going to pick. I mean, this is going to be interesting.
say Shedeur.
Don't say
Gilbert,
Shedeur.
say Shedeur.
Don't say Shedeur.
Gilbert, go with Shedeur.
What are we going to go with here? What if he, can't comment?
Gilbert.
He's like, I don't have a keyboard.
Please say Shedeur. Please say Shedeur.
I don't know what he's going to do. He said, I don't know, man.
Gilbert, it's up to you. You got to pick somebody. And why is that person's name Shedeur? Drew says Gilbert says Dylan Gabriel.
Well, if it was Dylan Gabriel, I'd probably delete it. Just delete the super chat. We didn't see it. Gilbert, I'll let you give a little bit of time here to think of your answer. So far, today's MVP, Gilbert Moreno, which, you know what? I said I was going to do a crazy deal when something crazy happened. Here's my deal.
Here it is.
Every $200 super chat that we get here on today's show,
Oh,
I'm also going to send you a Raiders Report hat.
Mitchell, that's wild.
What? So, Gilbert, I'm going to send you a Raiders Report hat. What? What?
Not you. This other Mitchell.
Oh. I don't know what he said.
It's above aggressive.
Above aggressive. That's not good. That's almost block-worthy. That's not great. It's not great. Gilbert, I know you got me on Venmo. Just message me on Venmo. I'm going to send you a Raiders Sport hat, dude. That's pretty wild. If he said no vote.
I mean, he doesn't have to.
He doesn't have to vote, I guess, right? If we live in a country, you don't have to vote. I recommend you do vote. White hat, here's 20 more to help Raider Nation.
And so
second to none. Let's get some super chats in here, fam. Let's make it rain.
So White Hat first went for Membou. So that's 3 more for Membou.
Does tequila help with your throat? Because if that's the case, we might have to do a tuna clock here. How about this? At the 5-minute mark, we'll do a tuna clock. I don't know how much we have out there. I'm down to do a tuna clock, though. At the 5-minute mark. Not going to be too long. I'm not going to chug beers today. How do you get apparel? Watching the show, my man. Watching the show, my man. I still can't believe Gilbert Moreno just did that.
Eric.
Mitch, did you buy Zyrtec? I did. How do you get rid of the annoying tickle in the back of your throat? I've been gargling salt water. I've been eating honey. I've been doing all sorts of stuff. The Dallas Cowboys are signing veteran offensive lineman Hakeem Adeniji. 15 career starts.
Oh, yeah?
You got
to push back the
That
mock.
always happens to Tom, where I feel like you remember last year, like right before like the season started, it was like the Cowboys gave like Dak that extension, and we were just like, that's the worst timing ever. Sorry, Chubbs, we're not done yet.
I know y'all have 4 more games that you got to lose to the Rockets before you're done.
Somebody said tequila shots will help. I don't know if tequila shots will help, but if it does help, at this point, I got to figure out something to do with my throat. If you think tequila shots will help y'all, let's do it. Patrick, your show is still number 1 in my book, bro. Patrick, I greatly, greatly appreciate that. And I know that we put a lot of time and effort into what we do, so it's always nice when people, show up, wipe them feet, and keep doing their thing. Let's go to aggressive. Rather watch paint dry than another chat sports team. Number 3, ha.
Hell yeah. F you, Triz.
Hey, I will say this. I think we have a lot of other great content here, and I don't want to take away from all those other people, but I'm also a competitive person, right? Like, would you want to beat your brothers and sister, right? Would you want to end up beating a cousin in a competition? Would you want to beat your friend in a competition? The answer to that is always a yes, right? So because the answer is always a yes, we're a competitive group, and today we were doing something that, we've never done before. So damn right we were out there like, Raiders are going to win today. Giants are going to win today, right? Like, Browns are going to win today. Ooh. All right, I'm going to go get some shots.
In round 1, will the Raiders draft an offensive lineman? Give me a yes, give me a no. What are your thoughts down below in the comment section as Mitch is going to stick something in his throat? I don't know. Here we go. I see Scott, JC, Ben, Ibarachi, Steven, Mayhem, GZ Turbo, Jonathan Smith, Tyler, Buzz-O-Matic. Carlos says you got to gargle the tequila. JC, that didn't sound good. Here we go. Here we go. As we get another super chat from James. Okay. Oh, not tequila.
All right, I'm just going to warn y'all, we don't have any tequila. We have some Tito's. I'm going to pour up a little bit of shot in that for some Tito's. Y'all know I hate vodka. I absolutely, positively hate it.
And Tito's is vodka-flavored vodka.
It is vodka-flavored vodka. All right, so for the final 3 minutes before we start this mock draft, because as soon as the draft itself starts, we're going to be, locked into what the Chat Sports team is going to be doing. We're going to be locked in to what the Raiders report here is going to be doing. So here's going to be the deal. We're going to do $10. Let's do $20 shots until the 3 minutes goes down there, and every 20 that we get counts as 10 votes. Every 20 that we get counts as 10 votes. So how many we're going to be doing here for the pick, which James, I actually don't know how people drink this.
Love talking about the draft. If we take Jahdae at 6, who's a running back day 3 you would love to pair with him for the long term? Blue, Tootin, or Smith?
If we draft Jeanty at 6, I don't think that you look to pair a running back with Jeanty. If you're taking a running back like Jeanty at number 6, that's your workhorse back. That's your 3-down back. And the guy that you would pair with him is a veteran like Raheem Mostert, where, again, I'm not trying to, honestly, if you go out and you draft Jeanty, I'm not drafting another running back in this year's draft because that's going to be your guy. You invested the number 6 overall pick in a running back. That's your guy, and you already have Mostert. I'm not trying to pair him with anybody else long-term because the long-term answer is Ashton Jeanty then. That's how you would sit here and do it. I think the other pick would be a waste, quite frankly. But I hear you loud and clear, man. I hear you loud and clear. All right, man, we got almost 600 people here in the building. If you're ready to get this mock draft started, the first time ever in Chat Sports history, we are doing a team-led mock draft. Everybody here at Chat Sports is live right now on YouTube. They're going to be picking for their teams. We're obviously going to be picking for the Raiders, and as it stands right now, Ashton Jeanty is in the lead in terms of what the Raiders would do here at pick number 6. But it's 2 o'clock time. We got a minute to get in, and if you send in a 20, we're ripping a shot to get this thing going, and we're going to count it as 10 total votes. Oh, my goodness. Aunt Bolin said, put me down for Membou. Shout out to the nation. So that's going to be now 16 for Armand Membou. Also, Mason Graham's got 3. Don't forget about Mason. Jeanty from Josh Melton says, Mitch, get some grandpa's cough medicine. I got you. So now that's 34 there for Jeanty. Mario says, down the hatch. Doesn't even give me a vote. Mario, cheers to you, man.
Mario, who do you want?
Which, at this point, we're just going to go with a big one. I don't do big shots of tequila.
Mario, let us know. Who do you want?
Whoa. That's awful. Oh, my God, dude. It's so bad every time.
Wrong way. Grammer, Membou, and Simmons in the second. Ant Ballin, put me down for Membou. Shout out the nation. Josh Melton, Jeanty, Mitch, get some of that grandpa's cough medicine.
Come on.
Mario Gallardo says down the hatch.
And then Rustin Long Bay. Ashton Jeanty, hearing things about him. He's going to be elite. I love me some Ashton Jeanty. I love me some Rustin Long.
Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Which now means
the Tennessee Titans
are officially
on the clock.
On the clock. Next up is going to be the Cleveland Browns. Then going to be the New York Giants, followed by the Patriots, followed by the Jags, and then the Las Vegas Raiders. I want to know down below, who do you want the Raiders to take? I got to know, who do you want the Raiders to take at number 6? Because right now, the pick that we would end up going with is, in fact, Ashton Jeanty. We'll see if it ends up happening. Cheers to all y'all pulling up today.
Oh, we're going quick like that.
I mean, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to take my time. Cool. I'm going to take my time. I'm going to take 59 seconds to get that pick in. I'm telling you that right now. Hearing a lot of great things, Rustin. I think Ashton Jeanty is an absolute dog. And again, I think the Raiders can go in a multitude of different ways here because of how talented overall this team is.
A surprise!
A shocker!
At number 1, the Titans.
Holy cow, they're going to go with quarterback
Cam Ward
from Miami.
Wow.
A little bit of a chalk move there. We obviously knew that was going to happen.
You suck, Alper.
Dude, the other day Cam Ward was on Fortnite, and he was like,
be a real one.
Tajay Spears.
You should have taken Shedeur.
And Tony Pollard were the best running backs, and Calvin Ridley was the best wide receiver in the NFL. Here's the thing.
That's a scared move, Alper. Scared move.
When you're saying things like that, everybody knows the route that the Raiders, or everybody knows what route the Titans are going to go. And it's that freaking vodka, man.
Vodka flavored vodka.
Shocking pick. We are 2 likes away from hitting 300. If you could help us be the number 1 chat sports channel today, make sure you guys click that like button. I would definitely appreciate it. If you want an opportunity to win a little bit of money at the end of today's show, right now, we only have one person in the duck race. One person in and one person only. It's a $20 Venmo for a chance to win a little bit of money. Here we go.
We have the number 2 pick in with the second pick in the 2025 Chat Sports Mock Draft. Matthew Peterson and the Cleveland Browns select Travis Hunter.
Okay.
CB, wide receiver, DB, RB, LB, YB. He does everything.
Oh, man. I see James Posada wants the Raiders to go out and get an Ashton Jeanty. I mean, here's the thing. Travis Hunter is a phenomenal talent. He did say the other day, though, if he is not allowed to play both sides of the football, he would consider retiring.
Lies. What are you going to do? Work at Whataburger?
I don't.
What are you going to do, Travis?
Hey, that's what he said.
Be a professional background dancer? What are we talking about?
That's what he said. We do have 700 people here in the building, and we are getting closer to the Raiders' pick. Right now, the New York Giants are on the clock. Where do we think the Giants go? Do we think they go Abdul Carter?
I don't know. The name that he put in there I'd never heard of before.
Do we think that they end up going with a Shedeur Sanders?
He put in Abdurrah.
Where are we going to go here, man? Right now, the pick that we would have is Ashton Jeanty. This is going to be the final call if you want an opportunity to make a pick. So, reminder, I get 50 votes. The chat gets 50 votes, which still puts us as Ashton Jeanty as the number 6 pick here for the Raiders. We'll see, though.
Johnny Hosey. Travis already has more money than you'll have. Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Johnny, with Travis's thing in your mouth. No Diddy. With the number 3 pick in the Chat Sports 2025 mock draft, the New York Giants and Marshall Green select Abdul Carter.
I'm kind of getting nervous, man. Here we go. This is going to be wild. Because I actually think now this is where the draft gets interesting.
Who does Barefoot take?
What are the Patriots going to do?
Who does Barefoot take?
If I think I know Allie like I do, I think she's going to go Will Campbell. Though, she does sit near us, and we've been talking a lot about Armand Membou.
Allie's typing.
Oh, man, I'm getting nervous. Don't say it until it's up on screen. I don't want to know yet. I want you to, when you push it is when I'm going to find out.
Who do you think the Patriots are going to take?
Antonio Moody said we got to go with Sanders. I mean, unfortunately, right now, that's not going to be the pick. So if you want it to happen, get it going. Patrick Roche, you in. Sean Morgan, you in for the duck race.
With the 4th pick in the 2025 Chat Sports mock draft, Allie Barefoot and the New England Patriots select Will Campbell.
This makes me very happy. This tells me I'm either getting Ashton Jeanty or I am getting Armand Membou. Ashton Jeanty or Armand Membou. JC Gonzalez. Mitch, F the choice. Here's the thing, man. I don't have an opportunity to, make many picks, like live up here with all y'all. But what I wanted to be able to do is for the actual draft night, we have no say. Today, I want to always be somebody where we have a voice here at the Raiders Report. I always want the nation to know that I value what you guys have to say. And I don't know how there's a better way to show you that.
Oh, my God.
You have a way to have.
The simulation just threw us a curveball, Mitch.
Don't tell me that.
The simulation just threw us a curveball. With the 5th pick in the 2025 Chat Sports mock draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Tyler Warren, tight end,
okay.
Penn State.
All right.
That means your Las Vegas Raiders are officially on the clock.
I got
1 minute.
I got 55 seconds to make this pick. Let me know who you guys want the Raiders to go
Type
with.
it now. Type it. You know what?
$500 Venmo, you make the pick.
Let's go.
I don't care if it's a kicker. Sam just said, please don't let it be a kicker.
Who should it be?
Oh, really?
I'm seeing a lot of Jahdaes.
This is going to be wild. This is going to be
Mitch,
wild.
You got to put it in production for the team out there. Whenever you want to be submitted.
Well, I got what? I got 30 seconds, right? I got 30 seconds.
Bring him in here.
Bring him in here. Bring him in. I'm seeing a lot of Membous down there. I'm seeing some Ashton Jeantys down there. I see McAfee.
Oh, I see a Barron. Do we just throw a curveball at Jahdae Barron?
We just get absolutely insane with it.
All right, we've got about 15 seconds left on the clock, Mitch. Time to make your final decision, but it looks like it's going to be made for us with the chat vote and with Rustin Long kind of putting it on the table like he just did. So,
oh, man.
Mitch, would you like to make this pick?
I would like to.
You talked about wanting to be a guest picker one day. Do you want to be the Roger Goodell for this pick?
I just got a text message that said, are you open for a trade? We're not doing trades today or else I probably would have been interested in a trade. With the 6th pick and the Chat Sports led mock draft, the Las Vegas Raiders are going to be selecting, drum roll please, running back from Boise State, Ashton Jeanty. If it was up to me, I'm not going to lie to y'all, I probably would have went with Armand Membou because I'm an offensive lineman, but at the end of the day, the Raiders Report is built on the backs of Raider Nation, and I always want you guys to know, hey, I want y'all to have a say, but let's be honest. If the Raiders end up picking Ashton Jeanty, I'm going to be excited about it because this kid is an unbelievable running back, clearly the best running back in this year's draft, and I do think that he's truly a difference maker. If you have a solid offensive line, this is going to be an outstanding pick, and I do think the Raiders' offensive line is a lot better than what people think.
If you're there on draft night,
you better extend Colton Miller.
If you're there on draft night and this is the pick, what are you yelling? Give me a boo or give me a yay in the comment section. What are you yelling on draft night?
I'm excited. I think that this is a great, great pick here. I'm not kidding you. If you tell me it's the NFL draft and I get to pick between Armand Membou and Ashton Jeanty, in my mind, that's where I think that this organization is going to go. And if you're the Raiders, think about what they have been able to do to prepare themselves for Jeanty. They went to the Boise Pro Day. The only NFL team that had their GM and their running back coach at the Boise State Pro Day, named Las Vegas Raiders. After the Boise State Pro Day, Ashton Jeanty ends up going out for dinner with the Las Vegas Raiders with John Spytek. The Boise State head coach was there. It was about 5 minutes down the road. I know for a fact that the Raiders are extremely interested in Ashton Jeanty, and quite frankly, I think it's a good pick. This is going to be a good pick where sometimes running backs make me nervous, though I also love the fact that you're also trying to build something for the long haul. People don't talk about this nearly enough, but when Ashton Jeanty showed up to the Heisman ceremony, rocking his team, rocking all Boise, to me, that's somebody that does what Jackson Powers Johnson does. You play for the team on the front, that way they bless the team on your back. And I have no problem with, a lot of these other players rocking Gucci, Louis Vuitton. They want to go out there, they want to show out shit. I would want to do the same thing. But you know what I respect? A guy like Ashton, where he knows that he's got to have a lot of other things in front of him to go the correct way, and he rocked with his school. Because of that, I do. I love Ashton Jeanty, but there's a few other picks There's a few other picks that the Raiders could have gone with. I see Hefty says yay.
Maybe some bad news, good news, however you want to spin this.
Okay.
We have the next 2 picks in their Chat Sports mock draft.
Okay.
At pick 7, the New York Jets select Armand Membou.
Makes sense.
Offensive tackle, Missouri.
And this is why I think the Armand Membou to the Raiders hype is really starting to get some legs, because the Jets have a massive hole at right tackle, okay? If I was the Raiders, I would leak out that I want Membou on the team, a player that the Raiders don't have a top 30 visit for, by the way. And I would try to leak teams because I believe the Raiders do actually want to try to trade back. And if you think the Jets are going to take a right tackle there at number 7, then I'm trying to get teams like the Dolphins to trade up. I'm trying to get teams like the Niners to trade up. I'm trying to get a team like the Cowboys, whoever it might be, to go up and try to get that tackle. That way we can move back and potentially get more picks.
We also have the 8th pick in the draft from the Carolina Panthers in the 2025 Chat Sports mock draft. Carolina and their non-existent host select Mason Graham, defensive lineman, Michigan.
I will say to the people saying we don't need another Alex Leatherwood, I mean this in the most respectful way possible. Comparing a guy like Alex Leatherwood to Armand Membou, go after. I mean, it's not even close.
I mean this in the nicest way possible. Go after yourself.
If there are people out there comparing Alex Leatherwood to Armand Membou, with all due respect, like, I mean, that just is one of the most ludicrous comparisons that you come. They're not even close to the same. The only reason why somebody would say that or make that comparison is because Leather was bad, and he was a Raider, or because somebody just doesn't want Membou. Membou is going to be a stud in the NFL. I can't wait to see what he does.
Such a stud.
Such a stud. Do we have a? I want to see what the Bears do, because the Bears right now are hitting that panic button. I think that they were looking at a Tyler Warren. They probably wanted somebody like a Mason Graham. If Shedeur goes off the board here, this is gonna get nuts. Frank, you in the duck race? I see Patrick Roche. You, sir, are in the duck race.
Oh, Trace is typing.
Sean Morgan, you're in the duck race.
Trace is typing.
What is going to happen? Do you think Shedeur Sanders goes here to the New Orleans Saints? Give me a Y for yes or an N for no.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Y for yes, N for no.
Ours is at the end of round 1.
BP Lupp, it still haunts me to this day that we drafted Leatherwood over Darrisaw. A video that I will give you guys, or a game that, let's just say that, a game, is I'm going to go through and I'm going to look at the Raiders' past drafts, and I'm going to tell you who I would have picked instead. And I'm going to go back and prove it with videos that I've done throughout my time here. It's going to blow your mind how much better our team would be if I was allowed to make the picks. How anybody was allowed to make the picks.
The pick is in.
The pick is
with the 9th selection in the Chat Sports 2025 mock draft. Trace Gerard and the New Orleans Saints select Shedeur Sanders, quarterback, Colorado. Shedeur is here.
I mean, with all the rumors right now going on around Derek Carr, I mean, Carr wants to get out of New Orleans. It sounds like New Orleans wants to get rid of Derek Carr. It's a very bad situation. I'm just going to be honest, I think, from all sides. But man, oh man, Shedeur off the board there at number 9.
How would you grade this pick if you were the Saints?
I think it's okay.
In the comment section, go down there, A, B, C, D, or F. How would you grade it?
I would make
the Saints taking Shedeur at pick 9. Is it way too early?
I mean, it's going to be Shedeur against Spencer Rattler. Unless Derek is truly, faking the injury, which I don't think Derek's that type of person. I really don't. I don't think he's handled certain situations throughout his career the right way. I'll stand 10 toes on that. But I really don't think Derek's the guy that's going to fake it.
Let me know in the comments section if they do take Shedeur at 9. Who is starting week 1? Shedeur or DC?
I mean, again, we don't even know if he's going to play. Derek might be out the entire year. I will say the way that this whole Derek Carr situation is unfolded, he might just be a $50 million backup even if he is healthy, which I don't know if that would be a smart move.
Bears pick is in. In the Chat Sports 2025 mock draft.
Harry's in shambles.
Harrison Graham and the Chicago Bears. The Bears select Mike Green, edge, Marshall. Wow, the small school guy goes at 10. maybe a little bit of a boom or bust project at 10. Would you be worried to take somebody from a small school like Marshall at pick 10? I mean, I guess the Raiders took a Boise State guy at 6.
If I was the Raiders, I could convince myself that Mike Green, again, at 6, wouldn't like it. If the Raiders were at 10, the way that I convince myself on any project player and that's what Mike Green is. Mike Green's a hell of a football player, but there is some project to it a little bit. If you believe in your defensive line coach, if you believe in your defensive coach in general, it's an okay move. But I also think, you're asking Raiders fans, can a small school guy be a good edge rusher in the NFL? Like, if there's one fan base that believes small school guys can be good edge rushers in the NFL, it's probably the Las Vegas Raiders. Shout out to my guy, Mad Max, dude. Shout out to my guy, Mad Max. I don't know where the Eagles are going to go here at pick number 11.
Close.
What did I say? Oh, sorry. I was thinking, I saw who made the pick.
Wow.
I was seeing who made the pick.
This is a very interesting selection. Not at all where I thought Chase or Chip would go with the Niners selection. But with the 11th pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft, the San Francisco 49ers and Chip and Chase select Jalen Walker, edge, Georgia.
Interesting.
Pair him up with Nick Bosa. I really thought they might go DT here. Go with an interior guy.
When I'm not going to lie, I saw Georgia and I saw, Chip and Chase, and I was like, oh, Georgia, Eagles. Like, that's where my mind went.
Tom doesn't, no suspense for Tom.
Tom got right to the point. Tom got right to the point, man.
Tom doesn't have time for your BS.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, today is Tom's wife's birthday? Yesterday? Sorry.
Hell yeah,
I don't remember
Tom.
Birthdays.
Congrats on the sex, Tom.
Maybe. Peter Cass.
I don't know. They got a number 2 on the way. I don't know how that works with pregnancy and
Peter Castian. Yeah, I think it involves, there's a circle and then there's a pointer.
Can the baby feel it?
I hope not.
Not with Tom.
Oh,
with the 12th pick in the Chat Sports 2025 mock draft, the Dallas Cowboys are selecting T-Mac, Tetairoa McMillan, not watching film from Arizona at pick 12.
Now, again, we say that. We know that the video of T-Mac coming out and saying, I don't watch film. We know that it was 2 years ago. Just want to put that out there because I don't think people realize that it was 2 years ago. But McMillan, I know, is a super talented wide receiver. I think he's got, a safe floor in all honesty. I hope that he changes his mind and opinion on being able to go out and, watch tape and do what's necessary. But at the same time, we'll see. Interesting pick there by the Dallas Cowboys. Reminder, if you're having a good time today, this is kind of what our show is going to look like next week when it's the actual NFL draft. Last year, we had almost 300,000 people tune in with us.
Wow.
We were live for 21 hours.
Shit.
You're going to see the picks here before you see them on TV. So hopefully you subscribe and hopefully you tune in with us.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And Rolly getting to the point as well. Rolly doesn't have time for our BS. Oh, yeah. So with the 13th pick in the Chat Sports 2025 mock draft, the Miami Dolphins select Will Johnson, cornerback, Michigan.
And, I think if the Raiders do end up trading back, I think that's kind of like where the Will Johnson territory is going to go. I'm extremely interested to see what some of the value of some of these other players is going to look like, as the board unfolds, because we do a lot of PFF mock drafts, right? We do a lot of these ESPN mocks, and it's other people kind of making some picks, letting the computer pick. The fact that it's people that we work with, you kind of have an idea of how they think.
And actually,
but it can change quick.
I'm glad you said this.
Yeah.
Or I'm glad Zeno asked this in the comment section.
What was the question?
He said, does this mean Ramsey's gone? So if Will Johnson is the pick at 13, would you, after round 1, say, you know what, Miami? I'll trade you my 3rd for Jalen Ramsey. Would you make this trade? Type T for trade, P for pass.
I actually think if they go out and they draft Will Johnson, that third turns into a fourth. I think right now the Miami Dolphins before the NFL draft would ask for a third-round pick based on what we've heard. If you make the Will Johnson pick, and after what Chris Greer said that they're no matter what moving on from Jalen Ramsey, I think that third drops down to a fourth-round pick. And for a fourth-round pick for Jalen, again, you got to pay him $21.1 million. I'm on the board for that. It's an easy T for me. Again, I think it would turn into a fourth.
Awesome. We have some more picks coming up with the 14th pick in the Chat Sports 2025 mock draft. The Indianapolis Colts. This is our Colts. This is our team. They select Jahdae Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
I love Jahdae Campbell. I think he's literally the best linebacker in this year's class, and he can go sideline to sideline. He can do almost anything that you're looking for. And for an organization that does really value linebackers, I can see why Indianapolis decided to go that route.
And Matthew Peterson making a really big pick for the Atlanta Falcons at pick 15 in the Chat Sports 2025 mock draft. The Atlanta Falcons and Matthew Peterson select Nick Emenwari, safety, South Carolina. Maybe the biggest riser in this draft. The first safety off the board.
Yep.
I mean, he had an insane combine, Mitch.
Yep. No, he did. And when you look at a player and when you look at the athlete that he is, he kind of reminds me of Cam Chancellor. I can remember a few months ago, I was able to get Nick Emenwari in the second round, and I was like, oh, dude, like that seems like good value. He kind of reminds me of like Quinyon Mitchell, where I thought I was going to be able to get him a little bit later. And
somebody just.
And then, I was going to say, sorry, we just had something happen on our end. We're still good. I do want to give a shout out to some of the people that are watching right now. We have a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. If you want to get in for a shot to win some money, it is at right now as it stands $90 to the winner. When the Denver Broncos are on the clock, I got a deal for the nation. It's coming up, so get ready. When the Broncos are on the clock, get ready. I was talking to one of our Seahawks guys earlier today. I hope that Emeka Egbuka falls a lot further than what I hope. Mm-hmm. I hope Emeka reaches round 2. I don't know if it's going to happen. I'm worried that he's going to go to Seattle.
Yeah, it works. So we have a couple picks that have come in for this mock draft, so I'm going to roll through them really quick. With the 16th pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Donovan Ezeraku, edge, Boston College.
Robert Montgomery, you, sir, are also in. $20 Venmo right now to win $100 here
and
on the
with
show.
The 17th pick
we're moving
in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft,
right.
The Cincinnati Bengals select Jahdae Barron.
Jahdae, you say.
Cornerback, Texas. Let me know down in the comment section,
Jahdae.
What position do you think the Raiders need to draft next? Mitch is going to make the rest of the picks for the Raiders.
I'm still going to listen to what you guys have to say, though.
Maybe let him know. What position does he need to draft next?
I might be able to be swayed right now. Like right now, Gilbert Moreno, he's the MVP of today's show. Rustin Long, those two guys are the two MVPs. I got to show some love to Sean Irish as well. Justin Abgen, shout out to him. If you guys want me to go a certain direction at pick 37, based on the people that banged today, I'm just going to tell you that ahead of time. Those are going to be the people that I'm going to look at here.
With the 18th pick,
Rustin Long
in the 2025 Chat Sports mock draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Colston Loveland.
Good value. I understand the value. There are some people that think Loveland's a top 10 overall prospect. That is great news, though, for I want the Raiders to have good wide receiver value there at pick number 37 and even at pick number 68. I can't wait to see how this ends up unfolding.
It's back-to-back picks. We're rapid fire right now, Mitch, which means the Broncos are on the clock. What is your deal, Mitch? Because with the 19th pick in the 2025 NFL mock draft by Chat Sports, the Bucs select Shamar Stewart, edge, Texas.
The next
A&M.
person to send me a $20 Venmo, I'm going to give you a Raiders Report hat. If you are not the next person that sends me a $20 Venmo, you're just going in the duck race.
F Sam, 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 Sam, F 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 Sam. Let's go!
Come on, man. Get them going. I see Doug. I see Misty, Infamous, BP, Lup, Raider Rob, Big Luck.
Big Luck!
If you don't know why we spam F Sam around the Broncos, it just means you're not an OG. That's totally fine. When we first started the show, Sam was one of the producers here at the Raiders Report, big-time Broncos fan. So anytime you see Sam up on screen, let's get an F Sam going.
Who's getting that Raiders Report hat, Mitch? Let's take a look at it.
Let me click the refresh. Here we
go.
go.
The Broncos are on the clock, and Petey's taking his sweet-ass time right now. Oh.
Is Petey's pick in?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's say he picked Shamar, right?
Oh. Yeah. Oh, no. Petey took the Broncos pick. And with the 20th pick, everybody, wait, before I announce it, can you boo? Because this is what you do. This is what you would do if Goodell came up with the pick for the Broncos. So can we get maybe 200 boos in the chat?
Boos?
Can we get some boos?
I mean, Goodell would step up here to the podium right now.
All right. With the 20th selection in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL Mock Draft, the Denver Broncos select Omarion Hampton, running back, North Carolina.
It's interesting value there. I know that the Broncos have been a team very interested in the running back position. I do think it makes some sense. All right, let me look at my phone real quick here. The people that got in, it looks like the person that gets it is Gavin Wilson. So, Gavin Wilson, what I need you to do is send me if that's not your first and last name.
Then what is it?
I just need you to also send me your shipping address. So,
all right, with the 21st pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL Mock Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers are selecting defensive tackle Derek Harmon.
Okay, big body
from Oregon. And that means the Chargers are on the clock. Get those boos going. Keep those boos going. The Chargers are on the clock.
Come on. Keep them going. Keep them going. You know what? Chargers are on the clock. F the Chargers. We're going to do a shot clock right now. Little shots. I'm just going to be honest with you. $10 shot clock while the Chargers are on the clock. If you want to participate, let's get this thing going, man. If somebody bangs right now, we'll fill it up. You know what? The next person that bangs, we're going to fill this up. That's going to be bad for me, though. That's probably going to be the last one. I'm not going to lie. It's just gross.
And with the 22nd pick.
Makes sense.
In the Chat Sports 2025 NFL Mock Draft.
Anybody else?
The LA Chargers. We all know who really owns LA. The LA Chargers select Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Okay, you got Jim Harbaugh. He's going to take a Michigan guy. I think it makes a lot of sense. Boo
that man!
Boo that man!
Boo that man!
I'll tell you what. Some quarterbacks starting to fall down here a little bit. If
wow.
Jaxson Dart's there at 37, what do you think? Oh, man, that sucks.
A surprising pick.
The Raiders really like this next guy.
23rd pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL Mock Draft. The Green Bay Packers select Luther Burden III, wide receiver, Missouri.
I know for a fact the Raiders are high on Luther Burden, but I'm telling you this. If Seeps doesn't take a Mecca Ibuka here, there's a chance. What? Oh, see, I didn't even know that. Okay. I'm a little nervous now. I think Minnesota could go, though Chuggs' face is telling me it's not a Mecca. Chuggs' face is telling me something a little bit interesting. Okay.
With the 24th pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL Mock Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Malachi Starks, safety, Georgia, which means the Houston Texans My Houston Texans are on the clock. Let me know, who should I take? Who should I take?
No trades at all in this draft. I see some people asking, Chuggs, on the clock, who should the Texans end up going with here? Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, I can look at the big board.
The big board. All right, where are
Hold
we
on,
at?
wait. I know who I'm going to take, but just for this, I'm going to look at the big board
I got you.
of guys who are left.
Rustin Long threw
ESPN's
up an
best
alley.
available. Walter Nolan, Michael Williams, Josh Simones,
Oh, I know who you're going.
Kelvin Banks. Dude, I could go several ways here.
You're going to go with, if I had to guess, I think you're going to go with the guy you've been talking about. I actually think that Jeremy started the train of one player going to the Houston Texans. He was talking about it months ago, and now you're seeing all these other people talking about that pick as well. That's going to be my guess for Chuggs.
All right. Let's see what he takes.
We'll see what he ends up doing, man. We'll see what he ends up doing. Tony Knutson, I don't know if I said it before, you are also in
It just says, hey.
the duck race. You're also in the duck race, man. Rustin Long.
Yo.
Oh, wait, for the alley-oop earlier. You're right. Slams
I'm
it
about
down.
to put it in. Does James want me to wait, or?
Rustin, I got you, man.
It just says, hey.
What? Hey, what? What? Oh, my goodness. He's getting wild.
With the 25th selection in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft.
Yes, Gilbert, you are.
My Houston Texans are selecting.
That's not how I thought you were going to go.
Large drum roll, please.
This is not how I thought this was going to go. I'm going to be honest. Shocked.
Hold on. I'm getting. Okay. Matthew Golden,
Shocked.
wide receiver from the University of Texas.
Okay. It's not, I really thought you were going to go Josh Simmons. I really did. I really, really did. Are you hoping he falls to you in round 2?
I like who we have
Okay.
on the offensive line still on the board. So I'm going to go with wide receiver here. A big need for the Texans. I didn't think he would slide down, but I'm being told I need to use all the draft graphics now. So hold on. Let me cycle through all the different things I can do. Here's what's happened so far.
I got you. So far, this is what's happened in the Chat Sports draft today. Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, first 4 picks. Tyler Warren goes off the board there at number 5. Ashton Jeanty sitting there then for us at number 6 is where I decided to go there. Armand Membou, Mason Graham. Back-to-back right there, which, not all that surprising, I would say, overall. Then we're sitting up here. Right now, the Los Angeles Rams are on the clock. Just so you guys know. At picks 9 through 12, you got Shedeur Sanders, Mike Green, Jalen Walker, Tetairoa McMillan. That's how 9 through 12 ended up going. From 13 to 16 standpoint, Will Johnson, Jahdae Campbell, Nick Imawari, Donovan Enzaraku ends up going number 16. From 17 to 20, Jahdae Barron, Colston Loveland, Shamar Stewart, Omari and Hampton. Those players going off the board. Then from 21 to 24, Derek Harmon, Kenneth Grant, Luther Burden, Malachi Starks. Chuggs just ended up going with, I almost said Luther Burden again, Matthew Golden.
Let's see what the Rams need on their their
Texans.
player card left.
So right now, you got cornerback, linebacker, wide receiver, and quarterback. I will say if we do this next year, we got to have longer than a minute for picks. It's impossible to talk about these players.
Well, that's what I was trying to. That's what
I think next year
relay.
when we do this, we got to do like 2 to 3 because it's impossible to talk about a guy.
He was like, cycle through everything. I'm like, I'm trying. Everything's going
so
quick.
The Rams have 8 total picks, 2 in the top 100. They obviously added, Devontae Adams this year. They have only, which is actually, I think, one of the first times in NFL history that all of their teams have every single one of their first round picks. Usually a team is traded, and it still might end up happening.
All right, with the 26th pick.
Twist the gesture. Yeah, Barron's gone
in
already.
the 2025 Chat Sports mock draft.
Okay.
The Rams select Kelvin Banks, guard tackle from Texas.
I trust Sean McVay to be able to work with almost anybody that he goes out there and he gets, but at the exact same time, I'm still very on the fence of what I think about Kelvin Banks. I really am. I think that somebody earlier was talking about Alex Leatherwood. Honestly, if you told me who I think an Alex Leatherwood prospect could be, it's Kelvin Banks. Now, a little bit different time, 26 compared to 17, that is a big difference.
All right, well, we have a ton of picks that just came in, so I guess who's on the clock now? Is it Commanders?
Right now,
All right, we're going to skip 7 picks ahead.
Wait, why?
No, I'm just kidding. They're just coming in fast. So.
Well, 27, we have the Lions pick.
We have and 28. So we're on Commanders now.
Okay, so we had James Pierce Jr., Baltimore, which our guy, Joey, he's a Tennessee guy, so that one makes sense. Walter Nolan going to the Detroit Lions, defensive tackle from Ole Miss, which now puts us at the Baltimore Ravens.
No, Washington Commanders.
What did I say? Commanders. Who? Sperry. Okay. It's I don't mind it because you're building around your star-studded player, but man, oh man, can we slow down a little bit? Oh man, it's tough. So now we are at 29. The Commanders here are on the clock. Which again, if this is the actual draft, obviously the first round ends, and then it ends up being the Las Vegas Raiders. At 37. I'm telling you what, if Emeka Buka's there at 37, I'm going to tell you this right now. I am going to go out there.
With the 29th pick in the 2025 Chat Sports mock draft.
Somebody get rid of BHC Jimmy. He's a dummy. Let's go to Jaden Higgins, round 1, pick 29 out of Iowa State. I know that the Raiders love him. I do think it's a little bit of a reach, but he is a really good receiver. He is a really good receiver. All right, you see that message?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll tell you what, man. This is pick now. We got what? The Bills at 30, the Chiefs at 31, the Eagles at 32. Is it can we ask this to just slow it down a little, or is that out of the realm?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just
they want me to cycle through all the graphics, but I have 20 seconds.
It is difficult. Very difficult.
All right.
The Bills now are on the clock here at pick number 30.
Let's look at the Bills' draft needs according to our draft experts here at Chat Sports.
All right. So they got 10 total picks, 3 in the top 100. Jay Palmer they added. Bosa, that's kind of like their replacement for Von Miller. They need a cornerback, wide receiver, defensive tackle, and an edge because they have those needs. Maybe they look at a corner early on, a wide receiver. Let's see what they end up going with here. I don't know. Let me get in my spot.
And just a reminder for who the pick was for the Raiders.
The Raiders pick was Ashton Jeanty.
Jahdae.
Yes. We ended up going with Ashton Jeanty. I let the nation decide between Jeanty and Armand Membou. The nation decided Ashton Jeanty. I'm just saying.
All right.
Higgins in the first from Doug. I know. A little bit of a surprise
there. We need
there.
some massive boos here because
it's the Chiefs.
The Chiefs are on the clock.
Give me some FKCs down below. Give me some FKCs down below. Come on. I see Husker Raider. I see Raider Rob. What up, Candyman? Big Luck, Jonathan Smith, Ron Raspberry, Big Luck, Buzz-O-Matic, King Zay. What is up, Buttercup? Big Luck, I see you. Ron Raspberry, I see you. What up, Anthony Aguirre, Josh I.
We do have some super chats to roll through. Rustin sent in a 50 for the alley-oop earlier.
For the alley-oop earlier, Rustin. I just threw one back for you, my man. Cheers to you, dude. Gilbert Moreno, yes, you are in the duck race. Junior, 619. I don't think Spytek is a huge fan of Jeanty's character. After watching several interviews in your videos, I'm a judge of character. I study psych and philosophy. I think we're going to go O-line or Walker, potentially. The only reason why I'm going to backfire on that is Spytek and the Raiders running back coach had dinner with Ashton Jeanty and the Boise State head coach, and I was actually told that went well. So, again, there's going to be a lot of smoke around this time of year, but I appreciate the Super Junior.
By the way, because we were more focused on the Chiefs, the Bills with the 30th selection in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft.
Trey Amos,
somebody you really liked in round 2.
I love Trey Amos. I mean, that would have been a tough pick to not go that route if he would have been available to me at 37. I think he's an absolute dog.
Junior, I'm not sure what you mean here.
Yeah, that's the one I just read. I don't get that vibe at all. I actually think the Raiders love Ashton Jeanty, and maybe they're just trying to, stir up some smoke here a little bit. But based on what I've heard, the Raiders do like Jeanty a lot. And that doesn't mean that they still can't pass on him. If they pass on him, from what I've understood, it's not because they don't love his character. I actually heard that they love his character.
I was hoping he might fall a little bit further. With the 31st selection.
I actually hate this pick for the Chiefs.
With the 31st selection in the 2025 Chat Sports NFL mock draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Gray Zabel, center guard from North Dakota State.
I'm curious to see how he ends up panning out into the NFL. I mean, there's obviously like a huge leap from FCS to the NFL, but I don't know, man. I hope he stinks.
hope he crashes and burns.
Sorry, Gray. Whoever ends up going to Kansas City at 31, I hope he stinks. And that's just the truth. There's not a single person here that wants the Chiefs' first-round pick this year to be a good pick, which now means the final pick here in round 1 for the Philadelphia Eagles.
It's in.
The pick is in. The pick is in.
With the 32nd pick, the last selection in round 1 of the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft, the Philadelphia Eagles, Super Bowl champions, select
Georgia player
Michael Williams, edge, Georgia.
I mean, Philadelphia loves Georgia players. They have been slowly building, which, I think it's kind of funny where people are like, oh, wow, like the Philadelphia Eagles over the past few years have been really dominant. Well, they've also been taking a bunch of players who played together at Georgia, and they're just bringing those guys in to the NFL. Like, when you have multiple years with playing with somebody, and then you're able to join kind of like a very similar roster, not very similar roster, but you're able to join players that you've already had playing experience with in college, and like those are guys like are your brothers. I will admit, if anybody's ever played a college sport and you're around those guys for the amount of time that you build such a good friendship, you build such a good relationship, and sometimes in the NFL, you need a little bit of kick in the butt from one of your buddies. And maybe that's what's helped out the Philadelphia Eagles here a little bit. You're okay.
I do want to transition over because we're going into the second round, and you had a fun little segment that you wanted to debut here on this live show. Mitch, you want to kick it away for us? Because the next pick is going to be the Cleveland Browns at pick 33. But before we get into that, I think you have something you want to tell us.
I do. Shout out to everybody who's tuned in to today's show, and I want to give a huge shout out to our sponsor here. And anybody that ever watches this show knows I sweat like a real SOB. So a huge shout out to today's sponsor, Mando. And you're watching the Raiders Report by Chat Sports. I'm Mitchell Renz. If you're just joining us, let's do a quick recap for the first picks here on the day presented by Mando. And right now we had Cam Ward go off the board at number 1. Travis Hunter goes to the Cleveland Browns at 2. Abdul Carter at number 3. Will Campbell goes off the board at number 4. Tyler Warren of the Jags. Ashton Jeanty to the Raiders. Absolutely love it. Armand Membou at 7. Mason Graham at the board at number 8. Shedeur Sanders going to the New Orleans Saints. The Bears maybe panicked a little bit. Ended up going with Mike Green. Jalen Walker falls off the board at 11. Tetairoa McMillan to the Dallas Cowboys. Will Johnson to the Miami Dolphins. Jahdae Campbell to the Indianapolis Colts. Nick Amawari to the Falcons. Donovan Ezeraku to the Arizona Cardinals. Jahdae Barron halfway through round 1 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The Seahawks go with Colston Loveland. The Bucs go with Shamar Stewart. Broncos go with another running back in Omarion Hampton after the Raiders. Derek Harmon goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Chargers go with Kenneth Grant, which pairing him up right there with Harbaugh. Luther Burden going to the Green Bay Packers. Malachi Starks falling to the Minnesota Vikings. Matthew Golden, I was actually surprised he fell this far to the Texans at 25. Kelvin Banks Jr. going to the Rams. James Pierce Jr. to the Baltimore Ravens. The Detroit Lions are going to take Walter Nolan. Maybe a little bit of a reach here for the Commanders. They end up going with Jaden Higgins. Trey Amos goes to the Buffalo Bills. Gray Zabel to the Kansas City Chiefs. Give me some of those FKCs. And then Michael Williams to round out the first round of this Chat Sports mock draft. Now, I want to be talking about my Mando stink-free pick of the night. And guess what? I think I smell good. And I think I smell good because in today's mock draft, we had Armand Membou and Ashton Jeanty, both available to us at pick number 6, the top 2 players that I want Pete Carroll and John Spytek to be able to go out there and get. And my stink-free pick of the night, presented by Mando, Ashton Jeanty, coming here to the Las Vegas Raiders. Guess what did stink? Last season, the Raiders' running game stunk really bad. 3.6 yards per carry, the worst running attack in the National Football League. You know how you try to fix that? You go out and you get one of the best running back prospects that I have seen in quite some time. And I'm trying to replicate what Philadelphia did to Kansas City. And Saquon Barkley pushed their you-know-what's in the dirt. And it probably smells pretty dirty. So huge shout-out to today's sponsor, Mando. You can control body odor wear with Mando. New customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates over 40% off your starter pack. Use code chat at shopmando.com. That's SHOPMANDO.com. Spring is in the air. It's warming up, which means Chuck walks for me, Alex date night, and me prepping for my wedding in June. Mando controls odor for 72 hours. It's clinically proven. Clinically proven to control odor better than a shower with soap alone. 12 hours after a shower, the average man's Grundle odor level was a 5 out of 10. Chuggs is smelling mine right now, and he's telling me I'm a 0 out of 10. I like using Mando because I sweat literally all the time, and because it's a full body deodorant, I can take it with me on the go. You can use it on your pits, your package, your Grundle, your balls, belly button, butt cracks, sticky crevices, stomach folds, and feet. Mando starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice like mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping. As a special offer for our listeners, new customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates over 40% off your starter pack. Use code chat at shopmando.com. That's SHOPMANDO.com. Please support our show, The Raiders Report, and tell them that we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando. The way that I want you to feel when you use Mando is when Roger Goodell walks up there to that podium, and when he goes with the 6th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Jeanty. I believe Ashton Jeanty is a player that everybody around the nation is going to feel very confident in, and that's the type of confidence and swagger that I want to rock all year long. Shout out to the nation. Shout out to Mando. Shout out to Ashton Jeanty for the pick. Let's keep it moving here in this mock draft. So again, we are getting ready here to get in ready to round 2. Is there any chance I could go pee real quick? No chance? All right, I'll wait. I can wait. We are about ready to get this thing going for the second round. My question is, like, where exactly do you want the Raiders to go? Like, if it's my pick right now, when you look at ESPN's best available, Josh Simmons is interesting. I'm kind of hoping for Emeka Egbuka.
We just did.
Tyler Booker, interesting. Maxwell Harrison is somebody that I know this team likes. Trevian Henderson, obviously we're not going to go with. Who do you want the Raiders to pick? Who do you want the Las Vegas Raiders to end up going with at pick number 37? Not going to be Tyler Shuck. That I can promise you. Zeno said it's Egbuka or Revel for me. Well, maybe it could end up being any of those players. Also, we got some other guys here, which I see. Carson Swessinger. I'm not going to lie, I think is a little bit interesting. Who? If you guys want a certain position that you want to look at right now, if the Raiders ended up going with Ashton Jeanty, what would you say is the Raiders' biggest team need? Do you think it's corner? Do you think it's linebacker? Here's some of the wide receivers that are still on the board. You got Emeka at number 1. Kyle Williams is still there. I'm not going to lie. I look at the value on receivers, and I do wonder if we could still get a Jalen Newell at pick number 68. It does make me a little bit nervous because after Newell, I do think that there is a significant drop-off. For me, like there is a tier break, and that would make me a little bit nervous. If you want to go offensive line, Josh Simmons, Donovan Jackson, both Ohio State guys, so you know that they got ties to Chip Kelly. Josh Connerly Jr. is somebody that the Raiders also had a top 30 visit with. Interior line, we're probably good there from a center offensive guard standpoint. Corner could definitely be a position that they look at. I'll be really curious to see if Benjamin Morrison falls. He's actually been falling down some draft boards recently. Just so you know. And then some safeties, which y'all know I like Xavier Watts a lot. I did a video a few weeks ago saying that the number 1 pick that I would go with is Xavier Watts just because I think that the Raiders need a free safety. We don't have one right now. No disrespect to Isaiah Paul-Lamau, not a free safety. And maybe they end up proving me wrong, but I would want somebody that's got a little bit more versatility at free safety. And maybe they go out and add a Justin Simmons or something like that in NFL free agency. So we got 750 people here in the building. Who do you want the Raiders to draft at pick 37 in round 2? Where are we thinking here? What are you guys thinking? I see Emeka, Booker. It's not going to be Dart. I hate to break it to you. I'm not drafting a quarterback at 37.
Oh wait, we didn't even bring this list up.
What, the QB list?
No, I went through other. Oh wait, no. I guess we took Jeanty at. I was going to say running back, but we took Jeanty at.
Sam, or can I get water when you guys get a sec?
Also, if we are still looking at one of these guys,
no chance. If the Raiders take, again, I know that some people want Jaxson Dart. I don't want any part of Jaxson Dart at 37. Not when those other players are on the board. Because again, they're not going to play for 2 to 3
The
years.
Browns pick is in with the 33rd pick in the Chat Sports 2025 mock draft. The Cleveland Browns and Matthew Peterson select Caleb Johnson, running back, Iowa.
So I almost wonder if Petey knows, the Browns know that they need a running back. Because we went Jeanty, because Hampton goes off the board, Caleb Johnson is another running back that I know the Raiders are very high on. They had a top 30 visit with him. And again, they only had top 30 visits with Johnson and Jeanty.
I just want to compare, which actually, Sam, let you know, it does work. 7.0, it is in there.
Interesting.
Let's just compare the values, right?
Yep.
Cleveland got a running back at 33. The Raiders got one at 6. So here's Jeanty at pick 6. Here's his 2024 stats, Mitch. 374 carries, 2,600 yards, 29 total touchdowns. Holy
unbelievable.
Shit.
It's an unbelievable year.
7 yards per carry. At the beginning of round 2, the Cleveland Browns, which are a couple of picks ahead of the Las Vegas Raiders, they went running back at the start of round 2. They went with Caleb Johnson, which that's not bad. A little under 1,600 yards, 21 touchdowns, 6.4 yards per carry. My question to you, Mitch, better value, Jeanty at 6 or Caleb Johnson at 33?
I'm going to stick with Ashton Jeanty at pick number 6. Now, if you told me Caleb Johnson would have fell to round 3, I think that's kind of where, my mind kind of goes. If the Browns would have went with maybe somebody like a Trevion Henderson, like to me, I can make the argument Henderson at 37 might be better value for the Raiders
type LV
than Jeanty at 6.
Type LV or CLE, who do you think got the better value with the running back? Type LV or CLE. The Raiders with Jeanty at 6, Caleb Johnson at the beginning of round 2.
Yeah, I still think it's Jeanty to me, and that might be an unpopular opinion with some, but I still think it's Jeanty. To me, the running back where I have the internal debate on of value is Henderson at 37 because he's a better third down back than what Jeanty is right now.
Oh, no.
What?
Mitch, with the 34th pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft, Marshall Green and the New York Giants select Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State.
Well, that one sucks for me. I was really hoping that he would have fell.
Gut punch.
If he would have fell to the Raiders, that would have been the easy pick for me, just because, again, of his ties with Chip Kelly. But, man, that one hurts a little bit.
Yeah.
That one hurts a little bit.
That's tough.
I almost wonder if we're going to get a run on wide receivers now. Like, is that – like, if we have a run on wide receivers.
That's why I took one in round 1.
Sure. Yeah. Because, I mean, Jacksonville could be a team that I see adds one. We'll see what they end up doing.
Do the Titans need one? Let's look at their team draft card made by our own Sam Brown. Shout out to Sam Brown, all the guys in the background who are helping us out. They do have wide receiver as the second need.
And they already got quarterback. I mean, if you're trying to build around Cam Ward, try to go out and get another wide receiver, who are the best receivers still left on the board?
The best receivers left on the board, according to ESPN, we got Trey Harris, Jalen Noel, Jack Besh, Alec Iomanor.
He's got some injury concerns.
There's one person that's not up there because with the 35th pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft, Alper and the Tennessee Titans select wide receiver Kyle Williams, pairing Kyle Williams back up with his old quarterback, Cam Ward. I think a little too rich for me at 35, but maybe he likes the connection between Williams and Ward.
Yeah, I mean, that could be it. I didn't even really think about that until you just said it. That is an interesting connection right there. So we are almost on the clock, y'all. Who do you want the Raiders to pick here in this scenario? Like, this board has fallen kind of weird for me. Like, looking back on it now, I do wonder if we would have went like Armand Membou and then could have gotten a Trevian Henderson. I think that value is pretty damn good value.
Would you have liked
that?
What
Position of need are we going?
Would you have liked that better than what you're at right now, like where you're at?
Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I like the idea. Like, if this was up to me, I do think that Josh Simmons is a very intriguing prospect for the Raiders that can be a good offensive lineman. I also love Tyler Booker. I'm not afraid to admit that. I mean, Booker is one of my favorite prospects in this year's draft. We'll see what we end up going. I see people spamming Dart. I hate to waste your time. It's not going to be Dart to me, right? Like, Dart's not in this conversation.
And with that, the Raiders are on the clock because with the 36th pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select offensive tackle Josh Simmons. So, 1 minute on the clock, Mitch. The Raiders are up. Let me know. Last chance. Let Mitch know who he should take. Last chance to let him know who should Mitchell Renz take.
What do you guys want to go with here?
Get those comments in.
I'm going to be somebody that might do something a little bit different, and it's only because of at times like I sit back and I look at this Raiders roster, and I do think free safety, like Xavier Watts, is a huge need. But then also you went out and you drafted Jeanty. You better have a damn good offensive line by going out and getting Booker, because if you draft Jeanty, in my mind, I think Booker might have to be the pick here. But if the Jeanty would not have been the pick there, then I don't know if I would have gone with Booker. I probably would have leaned somebody along the lines of Xavier Watts. So I'm going to go a little bit different. When I say different, it's not going to be too different. But in my mind, you invested a first-round pick in a running back, okay? Because you invested a first-round pick in a running back, and because I do really, truly value the trenches, I'm going to go out and I'm going to take...
Wait. Send it in first so we can have the graphics for you so you can say it with the graphs.
I got you.
Oh.
I like it. Because of the Jeanty pick, okay, and because the way that this board kind of fell, I'm going to build around Jeanty, okay? It might go against some of the other things that I want and need, but here's the thing. I also am hoping that there's a few other players that might end up sliding down the board at number 68. So, with the 37th pick in the Chat Sports mock draft, the Las Vegas Raiders are going out and they're going to select offensive guard from Alabama, Tyler Booker. Tyler Booker has played left guard for the Crimson Tide over the past 3 years. He racked up 700 snaps last season, 800 snaps the year before that, 260 the year before that. I will admit this would be a very interesting thing of what exactly is going to happen then with somebody along the lines of a Dylan Parham. You could maybe see the Raiders try to move on from Parham if it was smart. If I was the Raiders, I would put Parham at right guard, keep him there, let Alex Kappa be the backup there. You keep DJ Glaze over there, and then also now you have Jordan Meredith to be another reliable backup offensive lineman. If this is going to be a team that predicates themselves on being able to win in the trenches, if you have Colton Miller, Tyler Booker, JPJ, and like that's the other part. If you love the way JPJ plays football where he wants to just beat the absolute shit out of you, Tyler Booker has that exact same mentality. And I'm going to be able to run behind Tyler Booker, JPJ, Colton Miller on the left side. I'm talking about it right now, and I'm getting chills talking about it because Ashton Jeanty is going to have some running lanes, and I want to be able to win in the trenches. And it also gives us a lot more better depth at the offensive line position. Probably means, we're moving on maybe from a guy like Thayer Munford or something like that. But because we decided to go Jeanty, I decided to go Tyler Booker. Though, what I would love to ask the nation, type 1 for Ashton Jeanty, Tyler Booker. Type 2 if you think it would have been better for Armand Membou, Trevian Henderson. Because that's a hell of a debate right there. You know what's not a debate? The best place to get tickets if you're trying to go to an event, it's Game Time, the official ticketing partner app of Chat Sports and the Raiders Report. I love Game Time, and I think you guys have heard me talk about them multiple times here, and it's because of the great deals that you can get. I've been using Game Time for many years, and I use it because of the amount of money that you can save. One of my favorite things about Game Time is the Game Time picks. Save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater. Game Time Picks makes last-minute ticket buying easier than ever by quickly highlighting the best deals in the stadium. I also love the ability to be able to see where I'm going to sit, and it's one of those things like in today's day and age, I want to know if I'm sitting on the Raiders side. I want to know if I'm sitting on the opposing side. I want to know if I'm sitting on, depending on what end zone that you're going to be in. That is all very important to me because, tickets are expensive. So you can take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, use code ChatSports for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account, redeem code ChatSports. That's ChatSports for $20 off. Download Game Time today. What time is it? It's Game Time. So 2 picks go off the board here. Trey Harris, wide receiver from Ole Miss. That's a reach to me. I like him, but that is a reach.
That high.
What I'm getting concerned about now is, are we going to miss out on a wide receiver? And I do want the Raiders to be able to add a receiver. And if this ends up happening in the real draft, get ready for a phone call to Keenan Allen. Get ready for a phone call to Tyler Lockett. And I'm just telling you, because right now the wide receiver run is happening, and it's interesting to me, man. I'm looking down there at the votes right now. I'm seeing a lot more 2s than I see 1s, and kind of agree with you. Like, if I could go back and do this mock again, and I like being able to do mocks because, you get to test different things out. And this is a fun day where I also want Raider Nation to be a part of this process at Chat Sports. We're a family, and Raider Nation has really helped build Chat Sports. And that's just a cold, hard fact.
With the 40th pick in the 2025 Chat Sports NFL mock draft, the New Orleans Saints and Trizzy Trace Gerard select Mason Taylor, tight end, LSU. Maybe a hometown pick.
Maybe.
There's no way Trace took LSU into any account in making this pick.
There are a lot of people that like Mason Taylor, though.
Yeah?
There are a lot. I mean, it's the truth.
So, getting a weapon for Shedeur Sanders. While we're looking at these picks, grade this Raiders mock draft so far with Jeanty and Booker, A, B, C, D, or F. I don't think you can give it anything less than a B, right?
Yeah, I think that this has been a safe-ish draft for the way that I think that, Spytek and this team could end up thinking. Like, I in my heart of hearts, to my core, I can't take a running back at 6 and not try to upgrade the offensive line. That's just me being real with you.
A little bit, maybe a surprise, maybe not. With the 41st pick in the 2025 Chat Sports mock draft, the Chicago Bears and Harrison Graham take the first Ohio State running back off the board.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Quinshon Judkins.
I do think Judkins fits that offense maybe a little bit better than what Trevian Henderson would have ended up going, but now I'm looking at value. Quinshon Judkins at 41 or Ashton Jeanty at 6. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. It's Ashton Jeanty. It's not close.
Yeah.
Yep.
I feel that.
We'll see.
So I have a question.
I'm listening.
You took a running back.
Yep.
You took a guard.
Yep.
If these are the first 2 picks, what's the next position the Raiders need to look at?
I think you got to look at wide receiver. I think
Safety?
You got to look at cornerback. I think you got to look at safety. Honestly, even linebacker. I would say any of those 4 positions could be it. Linebackers, free safety, cornerback. It's probably where I would look.
Yeah.
Football. Can I go pee real quick?
Yeah, you can. I'll keep on breaking it down. With Good thing you don't need a defensive lineman, because with the 42nd pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft, the New York Jets are selecting Jahdae Sanders, defensive tackle from South Carolina. Interesting pick there. So the Jets going all trenches in this mock. They went with O-line. They went with Armand Membou. They were the pick right after the Raiders. They went with Armand Membou, and then now they are going with Jahdae Sanders. Rebel says check the fridge for the Dr. Pepper. We will. We'll make sure we're on it. Now, the 49ers are on the clock, and you're just now joining us, so I can go through some more of these draft graphics for you. Here are the latest selections that have gone down. We'll start at the beginning of round 2 with Caleb Johnson, Emeka Egbuka, Kyle Williams, Josh Simmons. Then it went Tyler Booker, Trey Harris, Josh Connerly Jr., Mason Taylor. And lastly, Quinshon Judkins, Jahdae Sanders, and Maxwell Harrison. Interesting pick. I think that's a little bit of a reach on Maxwell. I think it's a little bit of a reach. I've been saying that for somebody who's not a good tackler, to take him this early does worry me. It worries me a little bit. You still have some guys that you really like, right? You have a Benjamin Morrison at cornerback. You have a lot of other guys that you can look at. But let me know, what position should Mitch look at in round 3? A lot of good CBs off the board. Yeah, Maxwell Harrison just went off the board to the San Francisco 49ers. Mitch, your instant reaction after taking a piss?
Really, really good athlete. Offers you a lot of versatility. The only reason why I was surprised that the Raiders held a top 30 visit with him is, again, the Raiders love versatility, but this guy is a terrible tackler, right? And we play tackle football, correct? One of my biggest concerns about Emmanuel Forbes a few years ago, where we sat up here on the show, we were like, Emmanuel Forbes is not going to be a good cornerback in the NFL. I think we were pretty confident on that because, really thin, not a good tackler. So if you're a bad tackler in college, what's going to make you a good tackler in the NFL? Hell of an athlete, but horrible tackler. That's my instant reaction.
And, we can even look.
Honestly, he might even have to drop back. Like, I think Maxwell, you could look at a guy like Harrison in a few years, you're like, all right, we might just convert him to a safety.
So, Tom's draft note. Oh, well, here it is. The notes on him, we can look at those real quick. We'll see what Dane Bruegler has to say on Maxwell Harrison. He said, Harrison is a competitive, lanky athlete who feels routes developing around him and plays with reactionary movements and ball skills to fit a variety of coverages. If he makes the necessary improvements as a tackler, Mitch, what you were just saying, he has the talent to become a capable NFL starter, but that's a big if he can be a good tackler at the next level, Mitch.
Again, you're not going to doubt the athleticism, right? And everyone saw it on full display at the Combine. He had, I believe, the fastest 40 time.
Wow.
And he had a 4.28.
The Dallas Cowboys with the 44th selection in round 2 of the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft. The Cowboys select Travion Henderson, running back from the Ohio State. He's going all offense so far. He went Tetairoa McMillan, and now running back Travion Henderson.
If you're Dallas, you got to make sure that you're building around Dak Prescott, and you got to make sure that contract that they gave Dak, they're paying him $60 million a year. You got to make sure that offense can click. You got to make sure that team can move the football. That's how that team's going to be judged this year. And, I think you're also putting a lot of faith then on your defense and a guy like Micah Parsons. But we'll see, man. We'll see. Alex Menducci, who do we have? So far in today's mock draft, we drafted Ashton Jeanty at 6 and then Tyler Booker at 37. Which, now looking at how the draft unfolded, we probably could have had Armand Membou at 6, Travion Henderson at 37.
Oh, which reminds me.
Both would have been good for me.
Got to end this poll.
Yeah, sorry. I guess we could have technically left it. Friendly reminder here, we are doing a duck race. We wanted to do something today at Chat Sports, which we've never done before. So I do appreciate everyone taking time out of their day to watch us kind of do this whole thing. If you do want to get in for a chance to win some money on our duck race, it's a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365, and right now you would go home with $150 on today's show if you're the winner. So just good luck to everybody out there. What are we thinking? So can you show the Raiders team need one?
Oh yeah, of course.
That way people can at least see what.
I also made a new poll for you.
New poll. What position? Okay. What position on defense worries you the most? Cornerback, safety, linebacker, defensive tackle. So draft needs wide receiver, running back, cornerback, safety, which I agree with those being probably the Raiders' biggest needs. And I don't really think that, offensive line is one of the bigger needs here for the Raiders. But because you went Jeanty, I'm trying to lock in a top 10 offensive line. Overall, I'm looking, I mean, if there's certain wide receivers that are available, I'm going to look at certain wide receivers. And I think that's one of the things that we have to do. I think we got to look at it. Do we have time to roll through some supers or no?
Yeah, I can. With the next pick, the Colts takes Nick Scorton.
I don't actually know too much about him.
I'm scorting everywhere.
Mitch, I sent the address on Venmo message. Did you get it? I will be able to look here, Gavin. Let me just see. That's usually the easiest way to just send it to me in the messages that way. Yes, I got it. Awesome.
James K., which maybe this is why Mitch ended up making the pick.
I mean, to me, if you're going to take a luxury pick in a running back is a luxury pick if you're taking him at number 6. So to make sure that pick works out, I had to take an offensive lineman. And that's, to me, to my core. I could not have taken a running back at number 6 and not sat here and go, we still have to upgrade that offensive line. So if you're going to take him, that's fine. I think that you got to upgrade the O-line if you have the opportunity to do it.
With the next pick 46 in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft, the Falcons select JT Tuimoloau.
Can never get that right.
Edge from Ohio State, and Jersey Boy Greaser has another question for you.
Hopefully Morrison in round 3 and maybe get the wide receiver sleeper of the draft in Nick Nash. I like Nash. He's somebody I look at
Take
more
him in
round 4.
Take him in round 3.
I'll tell you this, though. There's been a lot of hype and conversation around Benjamin Morrison, his hips. There's some teams that are worried about his hips. Could end up falling to round 3.
That's what I said.
Tuimoloau.
That's exactly what I said.
Mau.
We also have the next pick from the Arizona Cardinals with the 47th pick in round 2 of the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft. The Cardinals select wide receiver Alec Iomanner, wide receiver from Stanford.
I got you.
Wide receivers going off the board, Mitchie.
I know. I'm maybe this is crazy for me to hope. I'm hoping guys, like a Jalen Noel are still available. I'm hoping like a Carson Swessinger is still available. Because these wide receivers I'm looking at now, it's Jalen Noel. I'm not all that crazy about Beck. Jalen Royals is an interesting prospect. I know we talked about Savion Williams before. But then you look at, I'm not taking Isaiah Bond, not taking Torrey Horton. Ty Felton, I think, is way too early right there.
I think the only linebacker taken, so the true off-ball linebacker, unless you're counting Jalen Walker, has been Jahdae Campbell.
Yep.
And we actually have the next pick in with the 48th pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft. Roley and the Miami Dolphins select Donovan Jackson, offensive line, Ohio State. I was so close to getting him in round 2.
That would have been interesting.
Oh, if I would, dude, A++. If I was able to get Donovan Jackson, I might have scored it or Scourtoned everywhere.
Scourtoned. I might have Enzaraku.
Oh yeah, a little Enzaraku from the back end.
Oh, dude, no doubt about it.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt about it.
Donovan Jackson, this is an A+ pick if he falls to 48 for the Dolphins, though.
I agree.
I love him. I think he's a round 1 guard. Now, maybe guard's not an important position for some people.
would be amazing.
Marshall said, is it possible for someone to bring 2 boots into H? Sounds like we're losing the Super Chat battle, if that's the case.
Anthony Green, you, sir, are in. Yeah, I would say if we do this again next year, which obviously I think we gotta have more time for picks. That's gonna be my biggest thing next year.
I love it.
Yeah, I love doing this. This is fun. Honestly, I'd love to be able to do this more often.
We love it so much, Sam, that we want to do it even harder. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I mean, like first round, you give somebody a minute to talk about a player. I mean, it's zippity-doo-dah.
Here we go. With the 49th pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft, the Bengals select Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle from the Ohio State.
I mean,
Smith Stone is murdering the draft. Is he, though?
You wouldn't be able to tell from his expression. Stone on a happy day. Stone on a sad day. Stone getting the best news he's ever had.
Here are the Bengals selections so far. Jahdae Barron and Tyleik Williams. I mean, it's not any secret that the Bengals need help on the defensive side of the football. They signed a quarterback and 2 wide receivers to about 60% of their cap space.
Yes. I mean, you look at Joe Burrow. I think Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, and Jamar Chase combined, I think, are $666 million, their contract. Like, if you combine everything they have in the contract, I believe that's about how much it is. So let's keep rolling through here. We're almost at pick 50. Caleb Johnson, Emeka Buka. That one broke my heart a little bit. Kyle Williams, Josh Simmons. Raiders, we ended up going with Tyler Booker. Trey Harris, Josh Connerly Jr., Mason Taylor going off the board. Quinshot Junkins going to the Bears. TJ Sanders at pick number 42. Maxwell Harrison goes to the 49ers. Trevion Henderson goes to the Cowboys. Then from picks 45 to 49, Nick Scourton? I don't know.
Squirtin'.
JT to la 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 la. Alec Manor, he's going to go to the Arizona Cardinals at 47. And then Donovan Jackson, 48. Tyleik Williams at 49. The Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. The Raiders, we are 18 picks away.
The Seattle Seahawks pick is in, which means F-Sam, 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 F-Sam. The Broncos are on the clock.
The Broncos
and
are
it'll
on
just
the
take
clock.
1 second to load, but I promise you the Seahawks pick is in.
Uh-oh.
The Seahawks pick is in.
All right.
And with the 50th selection in the 2025 Chat Sports NFL mock draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Tate Ratledge, guard, Georgia.
Right. I mean, like, he is a dog, literally. Really, really good offensive lineman. Though, if we're talking about value, Tyler Booker at 37 or Tate Ratledge at 50, I like the value of Booker there more. And I almost wonder if by us taking Booker where we did, if that maybe created a little bit of a chain reaction of some offensive linemen going off the board here.
Yeah, I mean, it's
guards wise.
Yeah.
Because now we're seeing a lot more guard offensive tackles just went off the board.
Yeah, and here are the best on the board right now, which very interesting to see where I'm going to go with the Texans next
dude,
pick.
I don't know what you're going to do.
Who knows?
Only time.
Do we go crazy? I don't know.
Maybe.
Only time will tell. But I want to know. I'm looking at Mitchell Renz, which actually we do. Oh, no, that's an old super chat. We do have an update on our poll. 168 votes, which there's 600 people. Everybody get your vote in the poll. I changed the live poll. Only 168 votes. What position on defense worries you the most? Overwhelming right now, it's corner.
Okay.
Which might be a surprise to me a little bit because I think you have a better corner in Ja'Cory Bennett than anybody in the linebacker room so far, in my opinion.
I agree with that.
I think Ja'Cory Bennett at corner is better at his position than anybody you have in the linebacker room. Maybe you don't think linebacker is as important?
The only thing I might fire back on is Jeremy Chin is going to be used as a linebacker, I think, a lot more than what some people realize.
Oh, yeah.
But that I still don't think that we have a safety. If I were to actually vote on this, I think safety is a much bigger need for the Raiders than cornerback personally. But that's just because, again, I don't think we have a free safety.
Interesting. With the 51st pick, everybody boo! It's the Broncos pick. With the 51st selection in the 2025 Chat Sports NFL mock draft, the Denver Broncos select Elijah Arroyo, tight end, Miami.
So that means they went Omari and Hampton, Elijah Arroyo. So that's going to be back-to-back. What? Arroyo, back-to-back offensive players there for the Denver Broncos. And they're going to try to build around Bo Nix. Like, I get that logic.
Which I didn't realize the Seahawks are back on the clock.
Robert Montgomery and Joel Rios, you guys are both in. I see you. Robert Mont, so $20 Venmo right now. You have a chance to win. It'd be $180. And again, we'll do this at the very, very end of today's show. We're going to try to keep this as real as we possibly can compared to the actual draft. The actual draft's not going to go this quick, just so you guys know. But
if it did, that would be – could you imagine draft night? Round 1 is an hour?
Nope. I'd hate it. I love the draft now. Like, when I first started here, I didn't like it just because of how much like we had to do. Now that we have actually like people to help us, I love the draft now. It is so much fun. 8 picks is a lot of time.
You like it so much, why don't you marry it?
I mean, I'm kind of marrying it. If I work here, I'm basically marrying the draft.
Oh, yeah. Tell Alex.
I can't wait until next Thursday
She'll have
either,
to be the
John.
draft sister wife.
I can't wait until next Thursday. The fact that we are a week away from the actual NFL draft, if that doesn't make you click that like button right now, I don't know what's going to do it. Here's going to be my deal out there. The Chargers are almost on the clock. If we can get to 500 likes by the time the Chargers are on the clock, we're going to do another 2 o'clock here.
Here we go. With the 52nd selection in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft, the Seahawks go Jared Wilson, center from Georgia.
Tate Ratledge, Jared Wilson.
Wow.
So 2 Georgia offensive linemen now for the interior over there in Seattle.
Very interesting by Tyler Jones.
I feel like that's a little bit of a reach.
I don't know.
I don't know the Seahawks needs as much, but this is old school football they're going with here. You got a tight end, you got 2 guards, a center. That's some old school football right there.
Yeah.
Rustin Long says Carson Swessinger. I kind of agree. I think Carson Swessinger actually could be a player that goes in round 1. If he's available at number 68, it's going to be really difficult for me not to take him. Is Xavier Watts still available?
Yes. And
we're about to put a hole through this table.
We're going through it, Mitch, which means you have
Benjamin Morrison still available.
You have very little time because the Chargers pick is almost here. With the 53rd pick in the 2025 Chat Sports NFL mock draft, the Bucs select defensive tackle from Toledo, Darius Alexander.
The Raiders literally just held a top 30 visit with Alexander. I want to say either earlier this week or it happened late last week. Defensive tackle prospect from Toledo, really good interior lineman. I wonder if the Raiders could actually go out and draft a defensive tackle a little bit in like the first like 3 or 4 rounds, just because of how much this team does value the trenches so much. And they've been sniffing around at defensive tackles. I mean, they have, which does surprise me a little bit. But when you think about the way Spytek builds his team, maybe it doesn't surprise you all that much.
Now, rubber meets the road.
Yep.
We need some likes because the Chargers are on the clock after the Packers have selected with the 54th pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft. Landon Jackson, edge, Arkansas.
Landon Jackson is a player that I was able to get in a Raiders mock draft back at 68. I think this is a good value for him. Good fit, long, lanky player.
This pick.
Has a motor very similar to Max Crosby. Yeah, this pick's fine. The next pick that the Chargers are about to make, that's what we can do. Definitely. I mean, what are you kind of leaning now for Houston? Like, you're almost on – you got, what, 4 picks until you're up?
I need a line.
You need an offensive lineman. Who are the top linemen out there? Who are the top linemen out there? Because I might have started an offensive line run with the Booker pick.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mitch.
Jerk. Well, you kind of effed me with the Matthew Golden at 25.
I mean, he was not falling past me.
I know, but it's just.
If I didn't take him, the next team would have probably taken him.
Maybe. Out of the offense, you need tackles?
I'm telling you this right now, which don't tell the rest of the Chat Sports crew. I can't let anybody else know. Arianti Ursary will be the pick for the Texans if he's on the board. He will be the pick. The Texans have a top. I'm whispering because they're outside. The Texans have a top 30 visit with Arianti Ursary. He's a really good tackle that a lot of people are really getting more high on, getting some end of round 1 buzz. I really, really like him if he's there for the Texans.
This next pick going off the board here breaks my heart a little bit.
With the 55th selection in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL Mock Draft, which we didn't get to the likes, Mitch.
Nope. It's all good.
That's on y'all.
It's all good. Actually, this is not the pick that I thought it was. I'm okay with this pick.
Jack Besh.
Besh? Besh. You Besh?
Wide receiver from TCU. Boo!
I'm okay with that pick, honestly, for the Chargers. Like, I'm not as worried about it. The pick that I saw in the chat, like, it's the one that broke my heart.
It went immediately to the next one, which I can go to that one for you, Mitch.
Yep.
Break your heart. I'm sorry.
I mean, this value here for the Buffalo Bills get Xavier Watts at 56 is unbelievable. I think that is phenomenal value. And I was really hoping that somehow he was going to be able to slide down. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
Xavier Watts going to the Buffalo Bills.
James K says Besh would actually be a good fit with Ladd. I think that they kind of already have a Besh, though. You know what I mean? Like, if I was the Chargers, maybe I don't know what type of offense they're going to really try to predicate themselves on. It's going to be running the football a lot. I haven't done a lot of homework on Besh's run blocking ability, but if he's somebody that can run block, then I get the pick there for the Chargers.
Yes.
I mean, Ladd McConkey and Besh. I mean,
two unathletic wide receivers
better.
Is wild in your.
I didn't say unathletic. Relax. Somebody else might, but not me. Not me.
Wow. So with the 57th pick.
Makes sense.
In the 2025 Chat Sports NFL Mock Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Siobhan Revel Jr., which means the Houston Texans are on the clock.
Revel Montana.
Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Oh, man. We are 7 picks away from the Raiders being on the clock. And right now, I'm kind of leaning wide receiver. I'm kind of leaning linebacker. I mean, Benjamin Morrison potentially being there at corner I think is a really good fit for the Raiders as well. Chuggs is on the clock, but we already know who Chuggs is going with. And if you want me to say it or spell the name, it's not going to happen. Because it is a nightmare of a name. A nightmare of a name. James K says Noel or Morrison. If Jalen Noel is there, I'm probably
telling you, if this is the actual what happens, this is an A-plus draft for the Houston Texans. Because with the 58th pick in the 2025 Chat Sports NFL Mock Draft, my Houston Texans are selecting Arianti Ursary, offensive tackle, Minnesota.
God bless you.
Which, I mean, I love the pick of Ursary at 58,
Left tackle or right tackle?
He's played left tackle, but can give you some versatility. I actually think he might, bump in a little bit to guard for the Texans because they signed Cam Robinson.
Okay.
Comes in with a good height and weight, 6'6", 331 pounds, 77.5 PFF grade this past year, 1 sack allowed. Let's see what my man Bruegler had to say on him real quick so we can look at some more of the draft graphics. Ursary has the size, strength, and movement talent to become an NFL starting tackle. His timing, angles, and overall consistency continue to improve with coaching. It might be a bumpy ride early as he transitions to the next level, but it might help if he starts out at guard for the Houston Texans, and that's why I'm selecting him with the 58th pick in round 2. Mitch, you want to grade me real quick?
I mean, overall, I know that you guys needed an offensive lineman, so that was a big need. You go out. I actually like Matthew Golden a lot. Sorry.
That's how much you like him, man.
He was a wide receiver that, again, back at the Combine, we were told that there's some teams that view Matthew Golden as the #1 wide receiver in this year's draft. So I do think that you're able to get good value. You're able to fill some team needs there. And if I was the Texans, I would try to replace Laramie Tunsil, and I would try to replace Stephon Diggs. And that's what you did. And again, that's what I would do if I was Texans. Because you got to make sure C.J. Stroud in year 3 looks like C.J. Stroud the rookie and not C.J. Stroud the sophomore.
Yeah. Grade my mock draft so far for the Texans. Matthew Golden, Arianti Ursary. Let me know. Give me an A, B, C, D, or F for my 2 picks for the Texans. I wanted to go O-line early, but the value of Golden at 25 was just smacking me in the face.
Sure.
Just squirting me all over. I couldn't pass it up.
Just a little bit of scorting. I'm seeing some A's. I see a B+ from Doug, A from JC Gonzalez. I like the picks, man.
Big luck. Those are fighting words.
Chuggs, better picks than Mitch, maybe?
Well, I mean, technically, y'all made the first pick, so that's on y'all, big luck.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think if I could go back, and that's one of the fun parts about mocks, I do think that Armand Membou, Trevion Henderson would have been a better fit than Jeanty and Tyler Booker, but this is the bed. We're going to lay in it.
So this is who I was considering.
Okay.
Besides Arianti Ursary.
Yep.
Right after me, the Baltimore Ravens select Jonah Savanea, guard from Arizona.
So a lot of Raiders ties here with this one. Reminder, Brennan Carroll, Raiders offensive line coach, was coaching at Arizona from 2021 to 2023. He went to Washington last season. But there are a lot of ties. Like when you hear like Tetairoa McMillan say he's got a good relationship with Raiders coaches, he's talking about Brennan Carroll, talking about Pete and that connection. A lot of versatility here for Baltimore, and that's going to be a team that, again, values the trenches. They need to make sure they have healthy offensive linemen because they're going to keep on pounding that rock. That's the way that it goes.
Yeah, they will.
We are almost done with round 2. We got a few more picks to go here.
Which, actually,
let's just catch us up real quick.
I think we just cycled through all of round 2 because we've skipped a couple picks, and I think Buffalo's on the clock. But let's start at round 2. Here we go. To start round 2, it was a running back with the first selection.
Yep.
At pick 33. Then Emeka Egbuka. Tear your heart out, Mitch. I'm sorry. Kyle Williams
that one hurt.
Getting paired back with Cam Ward. Josh Simmons going to the Jags. Tyler Booker, good interior offensive lineman to pair with Jeanty. Get that running game going in Vegas. Trey Harris, a little early for that wide receiver for me, but he goes to the Patriots. Josh Connolly Jr., I love the value of him at 39 to the Bears. Mason Taylor to the Saints. Then we got Quinshon Judkins at pick 41 to the Bears. TJ Sanders to the Jets. Maxwell Harrison to the 49ers. Travion Henderson, one of your favorite guys, Mitch, to the Cowboys. May have been the Raiders pick if y'all went Membou at 6.
Would have been the Raiders pick. Yep.
Nick Squirton at pick 45.
It's just going to get worse and worse. It just keeps getting worse and worse.
No, that's what you told me it was. That's what you told me. JT Tuimoloau at pick 46. Alec Iomanor at 47.
If this is the actual draft, this is going to be a hell of a shit show right here.
Donovan Jackson at pick 48. Tyleik Williams at pick 49. Tate Ratledge, 50. Elijah Arroyo, 51. Jared Wilson at 52. Darius Alexander at 53. Landon Jackson at 54. Jack Besh at 55. Xavier Watts, I was really hoping he would fall for you, Mitch.
Same.
At 56. Siobhan Revel Jr. at 57. My Texans take Arianti Ursary at pick 58. Jonah Savanea at pick 59. And then Braden Swinson, edge from LSU. Interesting pick there.
Yep. So that means right now we are, at 61? The Bills are on the clock?
Oh, wait, no. And then we have one more.
I was going to say, I think we have one more. Yeah.
And then Kevin Winston Jr.
Safety from Penn State. He is one of the better safety prospects out there. Had an injury last season. Y'all know that I like Penn State players a lot. Kevin Winston Jr. is a solid player, which the guy who does our Commanders show, I do think is one of the smarter guys here at the office. So good value there.
He likes Tyler Shuck, so I don't know.
True. Who's still on the board, by the way.
I can't believe it.
Can't believe it.
Kevin Winston Jr., you're a big Penn State guy, so like you said, you had a little insight on him. If he wasn't injured, round 1 guy?
The only reason why I pump my brakes on round 1 is just because safeties in general, I feel like safety is kind of like running back where you got to be unbelievable to be a high draft pick as a safety. I mean, look at Malachi Starks. I think Malachi Starks is a really good safety that's probably going to go in the highest teens, 20s, maybe falls out of round 1. So because of that, I think if he's 100% healthy, though, people look at Kevin Winston Jr. as being a top 50 overall prospect. I mean, there are some people that do view him as a top 40 overall prospect. So I do think there's some good value here.
And with the 62nd pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft, the Buffalo Bills. Who? The Buffalo Bills. Take Alfred Collins.
Alfred Collins.
Defensive tackle from Texas, a big fatty.
Big guy up the middle, which now means we are 63? We're getting close to the Raiders being on the clock. Who would you go with?
FKC.
Let's go.
FKC.
Come on.
FKC.
Come on.
FKC. FKC.
Let's go.
FKC.
Let's go.
FKC.
Let's go.
FKC.
Come on, man.
FKC. FKC. Let's go.
Let's go. If somebody throws up an alley-oop, we're going to throw one down here on the Raiders Report. I am nervous about what Kansas City is going to do. Their first pick was an offensive lineman.
What's the Raiders' next pick?
68.
Wow, you're close.
We're getting close here. We are getting really, really close here. Yeah, 637, 68, 108, 143, 180, 213, 215, 222. Which it's changed in the last month and a half because of the comp picks and all that.
Yep.
I see Ulysses. I see Martin, Brian Baca rocking with us here, getting those FKCs in. I'll make you guys a fun little deal, and I'll be really curious to see if it ends up happening. If we get 3 bangs by the end of this draft, 3 bangs by the end of the draft, I'm doing a boot. Oh, FKC. All right, so here's the best players available. I would look at Carson Swessinger. I would look at Benjamin Morrison. Dude, low-key, I actually really like the value there of Darian Porter. He's another really good lanky corner that I think fits well with what we end up doing. Besides that, though, can you keep cycling through, or is that where we're at for best available?
There's best 16 available. I can go positions if you would like.
Yeah, can I see safety? Can I see corner? The
right.
Raiders just have so many needs.
Here's the top safeties. Oh, I love
Dude,
Makuba.
Andrew Mabuka?
Close.
Christ. I just can't read.
I think it's Andrew
This might be a hell of a pick here for the Raiders. Again, if it's up to me, I'm going to go Carson Swessinger.
I think it's Andrew Mabukake.
Take that. Yikes. Yeah,
Andrew Mabukake.
Makuba. Matata.
Is Noel available? Well,
unfortunately,
with the 63rd pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft,
heartbreaker.
The Kansas City Chiefs do select Jalen Noel from Iowa State.
If he would have been on the board, I probably would have went that route at 68. Though there is still some good value. Here's the
top. You said corners as well.
Top corners. I actually like Noel Williams a lot. I'm not going to lie to you. I think Noel Williams is a fun player. Though, if this was up to me, I'd go Benjamin Morrison over Thomas. My only thing that scares me about Thomas is there's not a very good track record of not fast corners in the NFL.
Yeah.
So because of that, I think Darian Porter also would be an interesting pick. At wide receiver, I mean, Jalen Royals is still out there. I don't view him as highly as I do some other players. To me right now, the number one player that I would say is on my mind.
I do feel like ESPN's big board is way off.
I'll tell you.
We need to get Tom's big board.
I was just going to say, this ESPN big board's bad.
Because no way is Ricky White I'm sorry if you're a Ricky White fan. No way Ricky White III is the 6th best wide receiver left.
Ricky White's going to be taken in the 7th round. And, I don't know why we're using these rankings, but it is what it is.
I think because Tom hasn't finalized it. They're still working on his.
All right. I don't know. I just Tay Felton's not somebody that's going to go this high. Ricky White, again, I know that Raiders fans like Ricky White. He's also said he wants to be a Raider, but not going to happen. Carson Swessinger right now. If I can get him at number 68, I'm telling y'all that's the pick I'm going to go.
Yeah.
We'll see, though. It's not going to be easy to get there.
And with the last pick in round 2 of the 2025 Chat Sports NFL mock draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Anthony Belton.
Okay.
Offensive tackle, NC State. This is somebody who I was considering if Ariante Ursary went down. My next guys up were Jonas Savanea, and then Anthony Belton was my backup choice.
All right, so that means the Giants are on the clock. What are their biggest needs?
The Giants, so let's actually...
right now I'm hoping for Swessinger.
Let's actually first look at who the Giants have taken so far, because that could maybe tell us where they might go with this next pick based on their needs. So
they went with Abdul Carter.
And then Emeka Egbuka.
I mean, that's a really solid start. I'm not going to lie. I think the Giants are kind of killing this one right now. Their top needs, quarterback, wide receiver, defensive tackle, offensive guard. Maybe we get away with one here.
We've only had 2 quarterbacks off the board.
Yep.
Jaxson Dart, Jalen Milroe, Kyle McCord, Tyler Shuck. Still up there. Your guy Quinn Ewers still up there.
Not
Will
my
Howard.
guy. I'm actually not a big Quinn Ewers fan.
You
I just
love
think
him.
it's who the Raiders are
You
going to
love
take.
him.
I don't, actually.
You're all in.
All in. Here are the best players
He's all in
available,
on Quinn.
according to ESPN, which I'm okay right now looking at Swessinger. Benjamin Morrison is probably how I would go right now. Does anybody disagree with that statement? Is there any other players where you're like, how are we not looking at this guy right now? Are we all in on Carson and Morrison? Is that where we're looking right now? Is there another player that you're like, how's this guy not on the radar? We'll see.
We'll see.
I think I'm. Who would you guys go with? Would you guys go with Carson type C, Benjamin Morrison type B? Because that's kind of where I'm leaning right now.
And if you're just now joining us, 1, really? But 2, here's a little recap of what Raider Nation and Mitch have done so far. The first selection was from the Nation.
Yep. Ashton Jeanty,
Which, running
again,
back, Boise.
It's a good pick. Tyler Booker, because we invested in a running back in round 1, I had to go with an offensive lineman. That's where I had to go.
Marshall's a coward.
Why?
Marshall's a coward. He went with somebody who is going to make his team better and not somebody for the future. What a coward pick. He should have gone quarterback here.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That would have been fun.
He's going with Omar Norman Lott, DT, Tennessee.
Somebody also said Porter. I like Darian Porter, I do.
Do the Raiders look at a quarterback here?
I mean, there is a legit chance that if
Jaxson Dart's in the 3rd, legitimately, if Jaxson Dart makes it to the 3rd and is there at the Raiders pick,
I would still hope not. Again, I'm not a big Jaxson Dart fan.
Why for yes, in for no? If Jaxson Dart or Jalen Milroe was there in the 3rd, would you consider it? Why for yes, in for no?
Jaxson Dart does have great hair. I give him that. Does have great hair. Former teammate with JPJ. I just don't think that, again, like Dart does need 2 to 3 years to develop, which kind of fits that, it kind of fits the timeline for Geno Smith. But if the draft's going like this, I still think quarterback value is going to fall. I do. I still think the quarterback value is going to fall.
I really like this next guy. And also FKC's because the Chiefs are on the clock.
Yeah,
I really hate that.
I hate to break it to the Jaxson Dart fans out there. I'm not going to take Dart at 68.
There's a lot of whys for yes, though.
That's fine. I'm not taking Dart at 68. I don't think that would be a smart move by the Raiders. Not after Tyler Book. Like, we have to now, in my mind, we got to go with the best player available, but also we got to go fill a potential team need, and we might be able to do both.
FKC's in the chat because with the 66th pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle from Florida State.
This is just a mock draft. I'm nervous right now. Like, in my mind, I'm 1 pick away from getting somebody that I love.
You don't want to say it out loud.
We're 1 pick away from being able to get a pick we love.
Yeah, which, if this was the actual Raiders draft, Chiefs draft, I'm scared because I think Tyler actually knocked it out of the park with this. Look at this Chiefs mock draft so far.
Oh, no.
Gray Zabel, Jalen Noel.
I'm going to throw up.
Joshua Farmer.
I'm going to throw up. Oh, dude. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what we're going to do here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because
we're 1 pick away.
We're 1 pick away.
The Cleveland Browns are on the clock.
And with the 67th pick in the 2025 Chat Sports NFL mock draft, the Cleveland Browns select Benjamin Morrison, cornerback, Notre Dame, which means now your Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. Who do you want the Raiders to select? One more time, I'll take you through the best players available. Get in the comment section. Be loud. Be proud. Let me know. Who do you want Mitchell Renz, the GM of the Chat Sports Raiders draft, to take?
I'll say this. I do think that this is going to be an easy pick for us. And it would have been really tough for me. Again, Morrison just went, so the graphic's not updated yet. I think if you're the Raiders, and if you look at the chat right now, I think it's pretty simple where, we're going to end up going here.
You have to spell it right the first time.
Oh,
can't
God.
look, can't look.
I don't know if I got it right. Can you go back to it? I spelled it Carson SC.
I promise if you send it in, they'll know who you're talking about.
Oh, I don't know. I would have loved to give you guys the opportunity to debate if it should have been Benjamin Morrison or if it should have been Carson Swessinger or if it should have been, somebody else. Whoever. We'll see. We'll see. But the Raiders are on the clock here at number 68. And I think that if the actual draft were to fall this way for the Raiders, I would be really excited about it. Because at pick number 68 in our Chat Sports mock draft, the Las Vegas Raiders, they're going to go out and get linebacker Carson Swessinger from UCLA. When you go out and you get somebody like Devin White, I get it. He's a good linebacker. Let him be an athlete. Let him be an edge. Put him out there at edge. When you pair Swessinger with somebody like a Landon Roberts, I love that overall fit with this defense. Also, Swessinger does have some, we'll call it UCLA Chip Kelly types of ties, and for obvious reasons there, right? Kelly was a part of the regime that ended up recruiting Swessinger to UCLA. 136 tackles, 9 tackles for loss, 4 sacks. Just seems to be a player that is always around the football. And sometimes, you might look at him and go, he's not the most athletic player. He's way more athletic than what people give him credit for, no doubt about it. Very hard worker, grinder, loves football. All the coaches say that stuff about him, but then also has the athletic ability to be able to back it up. And when you think about what this Raiders defense needs, yes, we do need a linebacker. I'm not going to lie. Benjamin Morrison going the pick before does break my heart a little bit. I would have loved to be able to get a wide receiver. If I'm the Raiders now, I'm going out and I'm thinking and I'm looking of how I can add a wide receiver in free agency like a Keenan Allen, like a Tyler Lockett. But the Athletics' Dane Bruegler had this to say about Swessinger. Swessinger is an easy player to appreciate because he is a tractor beam to the ball, a consistent finisher as a tackler, and always plays at full speed to close plays in a blink. He has the instincts, demeanor, and cover talent to be a 4-down NFL starter early in his career. I'll be honest with you. I almost thought about taking Carson Swessinger at pick number 37, but I knew the Chat Sports guys, and I don't know how many people were as high on linebackers as I have been because linebacker has been a position that we've been studying a lot. I want you to grade the pick. At pick 68, that's nice. You know what I mean? Like, it's you might as well make this one 69 because that's how nice this pick was. I think it's an easy A. I'll admit, like, I wish I could have had a receiver. I wish I could have had a corner in there. But overall, if the Raiders' actual draft were to be Ashton Jeanty, Tyler Booker, and Carson Swessinger, I think we would all sit up here right now and be like, you know what? We are absolutely killing this draft right now. And this, out of all the picks that we have made, this is the A-plus pick. In all honesty, I would say Ashton Jeanty is a A- pick. Tyler Booker, to me, is a A- pick. Carson Swessinger, where we got him, is an A-flippin' plus. And I don't know how you don't give this an A-plus pick. I actually think he could go in round 1. Legitimately. There's some conversations right now around Swessinger being a potential first-round pick. This is also a easy way, and I loved what Robert Spillane brought to the table. You're getting a better, younger version of a Robert Spillane. Instead of paying Spillane 3 for 37, you go out and you just got Swessinger in at pick 68. That's a steal to me. I love it. I love it. We got Roger. What up, man? Rustin Long says, I love the pick.
Steven wants to know what channel Avery's on.
Priscilla says A+. Guardian of the Realm's going to go with a B+. Yeah, I know.
All right. So we had 3 picks happen after the Raiders selection. So the Bears are on the clock. These are the 3 picks that happened after our pick, Mitch.
Okay.
I just want to see you live react to these because you haven't seen this yet.
Cam Scatabo running
Jack
back.
absolutely Nick squirted himself.
I believe it. Xavier Restrepo, all right, and then Jalen Royals. I mean, that's a little bit of a wide receiver run. I'm looking at the wide receivers in this year's draft, like this mock draft, and it reminds me of last season's offensive lineman running, where there's been a run on wide receivers, and I really think it started when Marshall took Emeka Buka for the Giants' second-round pick, and then Kyle Williams went right off the board next. That created a long, long list. Yeah, man. Again, I wish the Raiders could have had a receiver because I still think it's probably their biggest need right now. But you can still add a receiver like a Keenan Allen or a Tyler Lockett. If you guys are having a fun time today, I hope that you're also going to have a fun time when we're actually live for the NFL Draft. Oh, some random Titans news. The Titans have waived former third-round pick Nicholas Petit-Frere, which I can remember talking about him being like, this guy is a huge project player, offensive lineman.
And they took him in round 2.
3.
That's what I said.
That's what he said. That's what both these guys said. Mm-hmm. If you haven't, though, seriously, hit that subscribe button. And when our actual live mock draft gets done today, Chuggs and I are also going to get you guys an extra video. We're going to kind of break it all down. We'll be able to stay live a little bit later, but all the Raiders picks are over. So if you guys could, let's get some questions flowing. I'd like to see some hashtag Raiders. Talk to me a little bit about maybe some of the other players that you would have liked us to go with, or if you want to talk about Colton Miller, hit me with some Colton Miller questions. You want to talk about Jalen Ramsey, hit me with some Jalen Ramsey questions. Sam, can you fill up my water? Ready?
I thought you were hitting the light for sure.
Dude, no chance.
With the 72nd pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft, the Bears select Andrew Makuba, safety from Texas.
Yep.
Which they just did because some of the teams we don't have hosts for right now. Yeah. They just I'm just gonna go to the selections because they just went through 5 of them.
Okay.
So here we go.
We don't have a team. We don't have a channel for every team yet at Chat Sports. We're working towards that, and again, you guys have kind of seen that grow here on the Raiders Report.
So we had Andrew Makuba, and then the next 2 picks right off the board. Azira Thomas, cornerback. That's what I said. Azira Thomas, cornerback from Florida State, and Princely Umanmielen.
I will have 2 of the umamis, please. Thomas, I actually don't know if the Jets would go that route.
I feel like that's like the
because they draft athletes.
That's like the Spanish word of the day. Like, oh yeah, I stubbed my toe in Umanmielen.
Yeah. Who'd you say you were yelling at? What?
Uman.
Crash Dog, you started early. What's up, fam? Duck race.
We do have a duck race.
We do have a duck race today. It's a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Yeah, Gunny, today we did a live Chat Sports mock draft. So we've been live for over 3 hours now, and we started obviously at pick 1, and we've kind of worked our way all the way up to where we are at right now. The mock draft that we did, Gunny, let me know down below, and everybody, get me some grades here. A, B, C, D, or F. Ashton Jeanty, Tyler Booker, Carson Swessinger. That's how we started. And if you're trying to get something started, I recommend you screaming your lungs out at a potential NBA basketball game. Shit, man, I'll tell you this right now.
Let's go Rockets!
I would love to be able to watch Chuggs melt after the Rockets lose in the first series to maybe the Dubs. Yes? No?
That's who they're playing.
Oh, that's who they're playing? All right, yeah, I don't watch basketball. So, clearly, if you want to get started, though, with Game Time, they are the official ticketing app partner here at the Raiders Report. And I do love this time of the year. I love being able to watch sports. And there's nothing more that I enjoy doing when Alex is out of town. I can go home. Chuck and I, we watch a game, watch, honestly, some baseball, some basketball, and the NBA playoffs. I can't wait. If you guys want to let me know who your favorite NBA team is down below, please spam it. Save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater. Game Time Picks makes last minute ticket buying easier than ever by quickly highlighting the best deals in the stadium. You can take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, use code ChatSports for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account, redeem code ChatSports. That's CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download Game Time today, and if you're wondering what time is it, it's
Game Time.
So we've been looking at some tickets for WWE SmackDown. I will admit, I wish that we could have pulled that one off. Some unfortunate things have happened where that was unable to go through, but we'll be able to watch.
I've never hated fire so much.
Yep, and that's honestly another thing happened on top of that. So huge shout out to Game Time. That link's going to be available to y'all down in the comments, down in the description of today's show. Seeing a lot of Lakers. I actually see Rhino says he's a Rockets fan.
Let's go Rockets.
Who's do we think who's going to win the West?
The Rockets.
Do we think it's more of a lock? Or I don't know, man. The East, do we think it's going to be the Celtics Cavs in the East? In the West, it's going to be I think the West is way more
It's
open.
the Rockets.
Dude, I don't know. I think the Rockets could be a team like the Thunder last year where you can tell that they're good, but they're just not ready to take that step.
Curry, in a hurry, vision blurry, it doesn't matter. Rockets in 5.
Rockets in 5. We'll see, man. We'll see. So the picks that we ended up going with.
No!
Again, what?
Damn, that's who I wanted to take.
Who? Oh, yeah. Okay, you guys will see. You guys will see who's just went off the board here in our mock draft.
That's who I really wanted this guy for the Texans.
Okay.
We were 4 picks away.
4 picks. Though, is he going to be a guard? I've seen people have him listed as offensive tackle as well.
Give me both.
Okay. Could be both. I think the only thing I wish I would have done today is eat. That's probably the only thing where I'm kind of kicking myself in the butt here a little bit. West Coast Spartan, I'm 5. 5 years old? Or you're saying in 5? Okay. In 5. I was like, if you're 5 years old and you're typing right now, that's pretty wild shit. Donovan Smith, Clips in 6. Ooh, Tom just went with a pick that I like.
My question to you is,
What
Raiders player is most on the hot seat after this Chat Sports mock? If it was this, it was Jeanty, Booker, and then Swessinger, who's on the hottest seat after this 3-round mock? And also, the player I wanted is Marcus Bow, which the 49ers just took.
This is a really interesting question because, Jeanty is obviously, the answer might be Zamir White, because if you go out and you get Jeanty, I don't see why. I honestly don't even know why the hell you would keep Zamir White anyway. Laube met with the Buccaneers Spytek last season, so maybe there's a little bit of a connection there. For, a guy like Booker, you're going to start at left guard. You're going to put him next to JPJ. You're going to have, so it'd be Colt Miller, Booker, JPJ. The question is, do they start Dylan Parham or do they start, Alex Kappa? If they decide to start Alex Kappa because the Raiders took Tyler Booker, I would say Dylan Parham would be the biggest loser. I mean, he started 3 years. He's in the final year of his contract, and now he's not going to go out there and start because I don't think that Parham would start over DJ Glaze at right tackle. Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't, but I would say it would be a battle between probably Parham or a guy like DJ Glaze. Somebody might even say a Jordan Meredith. I don't think that Meredith was going to start at left guard.
This is the pick you loved a ton.
Noel Williams, yep. I think, to me, Noel Williams is a player I was hoping maybe the Raiders could get in round 4 if we continue to do this mock draft. But Noel Williams, he's a really good corner. He just makes plays on the football, where that's a very valuable thing to some NFL teams. You might not be the most athletic guy out there, but if you're around the football and you're making shit happen, good stuff happens.
Jordan Birch, number 77 to the Patriots. But, speaking of making things happen, there's a dude who loves to make things happen.
Oh, shit. Raider!
Run! Bang!
My man, the myth, the legend. Raider Ron, late arrival from the West Coast. Good draft, Mitch. Let's go, Raiders. Dubs in the NBA playoffs for Ron.
Me against Ron.
Hey, that's the way I like it.
That's
the way I like it.
First quarterback off the board.
Give me some RRs down below.
Since pick 9 with Shedeur, goes to the Arizona Cardinals and Jaxson Dart.
Wow.
Which means
the
Houston Texans are on the clock.
Which means the Texans are on the clock. Shout out to my man Raider Ron, and my deal stands. We are 2 bangs away from a boot. 2 bangs away.
Give me
from
Tyler
a boot.
Shuck.
L.A. Crash Dog, you in. I see Brian Baca, you in. Raider, Ron.
Before I make my pick.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I got to look at even though it's ESPN's.
That's fine. Who's the best players available here on the clock for Mr. Chuggs? The one name that I see on there that I like is Charles Grant.
This interior offensive line is just centers. That's why it's like.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's not actual interior. So I need to.
1 second. 1 second. So who should Chuggs go with here? You know, the wide receiver Matthew Golden.
Yeah.
What about an offensive tackle? Some of the best players that are available on the board. Again, this scored to the ESPN. Jalen Milroe. I was looking at Dorian Porter as somebody that I liked quite a bit. Wyatt Milam, I think, is a solid player. For the Raiders, Quincy Riley, I do like. Josiah Stewart had a top 30 visit for the Silver and Black. Let me see here. Wow, they have Oronde Gadsden at 90 overall. Holy shit, dude.
And with the 79th pick
rankings? These are terrible.
In the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft, my Houston Texans select Wyatt Milam, guard, West Virginia. West Virginia.
You want to say why or Wyatt?
You need to. I wondered why you were saying
Sorry,
that.
it's a bad joke.
It's
a bad joke.
Got on you. The Texans got to double dip. They got to go O-line, especially if you don't go round one. Your biggest need is offensive line by far. So double dip. You make sure at least if one of these guys doesn't pan out, if they're a bust, which I don't know if you can really call a second or third round pick a bust like that, but you at least are trying to say we're going to get one offensive line starter out of this draft.
So Milam played left tackle at West Virginia. Now, there's a lot of people who think that he's not fast enough to play offensive tackle in the NFL. I'll admit, I might be one of those people. He had a lot of penalties the past few seasons, a lot of false starts because I think he's trying to get that early jump.
I'd like to move him
left
to guard.
Though.
I'd like
guard,
to move
he's
him to
got
guard.
I think he's going to be a good left guard. He's a 4-year starter at West Virginia. He's got a lot of experience. I've been a big fan of Milam for a few. I've seen people take him as high as round 2. I've seen him fall to round 4. I feel like you got good value here. But again, you're building around C.J. Stroud. If C.J. Stroud's got to deal with the offensive line that they dealt with last season, you might Andrew Luck him. You might make him retire way earlier.
Yeah,
which you don't want to do.
Let's go through a couple.
I'm listening.
Super chats because we actually did fall behind a little bit.
Okay, sounds good. James K. I know Knight is 25, but he'd be ready to play. I think you're talking about the linebacker from. What, Texas is it?
No, the linebacker Knight would be.
Who's Knight?
Sam, help me out.
Demetrius
Knight?
Demetrius
Knight.
Yeah.
From South Carolina.
South Carolina, right. I was like, I can literally picture the player. I'm like, what school does he go to? I think Carson Swessinger overall was the better value there. Daniel Meeker, do not take Jalen Milroe as a Bama resident. I was forced to watch him. He's reckless and undisciplined, basically Gardner Minshew with a tan. I hate to break it to you, Daniel, and I know you're somebody that watches this show a lot. It's a really bad comp on Jalen. I would look at what Jalen Milroe looked like in 2023 with Nick Saban compared to the way that he looked in 2024 in a whole new system. For a quarterback that needs a system, and he needs a system, I think last season does not show the type of player Jalen Milroe is because he's a hell of an athlete. Go with your heart, Mitch from Rustin Long. We went with our heart. We went with Carson Swessinger. And I think that was the right pick. What would have been interesting? I don't know how I want to say that. It's probably because I'm getting all tongue-tied because of Raider Run Bang! We are one bang away from a boot skadoo.
He said bang number 1 of 2. Let's get Colton locked up for 2 years and kick the tires on Lockett or Keenan.
If this mock draft were to happen the way that it did, Ron, I agree. We'd have to kick the tires on Keenan Allen, Tyler Lockett. Keenan Allen, reminder, has a great relationship with the Raiders wide receiver coach Chris Beatty. Those two have been together from the Chargers, and then he went to Chicago with Beatty. Lockett's obviously got a great connection here for the Raiders, so I hear you loud and clear. I did put out a video before this mock draft started today about how the Raiders should give Colt Miller a contract extension. I believe it's going to be a 2-year deal. Probably going to tie him in for like $41 million, which makes the new deal 3-year, 56. Tie him in with Max Crosby. Tie him in with Pete Carroll. You tie him in with Geno Smith. I am on board for Colt Miller because here's the thing. People think Colt Miller's super old. He's 29 years old. He's just been a Raider forever. Gunny, you started early. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
And Duck Race, yes.
There's another man that just entered the chat. And
Duck Race is here.
93 Nav Man is here in the building because you in.
Noah Suavemente. Chuggs, Rockets playoff experience will be like Katy Perry's experience in space, short-lived. Lakers in 5.
I guess I just don't follow the news all that much. I have been all in on the NFL draft, Raiders. I don't know this reference. Is this big news?
Yeah, there's a bunch of people that went up to space for like 10
Oh,
minutes.
I actually knew that. Now that you say that, I actually knew that. Let's go to Rock and Jock. F the NBA. It's all about the Stanley Cup. Go Kings, go. I mean, I'll tell you what. Playoff hockey would be maybe the most entertaining and fun thing to go watch live.
Also,
outside of like a Raiders playoff game.
Wonder. Let me know in the comment section. Raider fans, are you Golden Knight fans, or do you follow another team? Because I know there's a lot of Raider fans that are fans of the Kings, that are fans of some of the other, San Jose Sharks.
Yeah, San Jose Sharks I know is a popular team. I mean, the Golden Knights, though. The Golden Knights are a fun team to watch.
Here are the picks that have happened so far.
Oh, my goodness. The pick, that's wild, dude. Wild.
Here are the picks that have happened so far. After
Jordan
me, it was
Birch.
Demetrius Knight.
Can you fill it up? Happy, Dad? You pick. I trust
Jack Sawyer and Tez Johnson were the next picks off the board. And with the 83rd pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft.
He's a coward.
Jack Sperry.
He's a coward.
Jack Sperry.
Coward.
And the Pittsburgh Steelers select Jalen Milroe.
What a coward. So the only reason why we're saying this is because our Steelers guy loves Shuck, Tyler Shuck. He's been talking about him, and he picks Jalen Milroe over him. Coward. Holy shit. That picture Chris just put in. Oh my God. Holy crap, dude. What on earth? That's unbelievable. Just to the line.
Dude, that's
unbelievable. I mean, you can't make that up, man. You can't make that one up. Thank you.
I think it is.
Thank you. That is ice cold. Ooh-wee. Huh?
She said she can get you a straw because you're acting like a baby.
Oh, really? Oh, man. All right. That is an ice cold boot, though. That is an ice colder. Hang on. Just give me 1 second.
Sperry just now.
Oh, boy. Sam, never mind.
Here we go.
No, you're good. You're good.
Kyle Kennard is the pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And that means F-Sim, 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 F-Sim.
I gotta
F-Sim. Oh, here we go. Here we go. F-Sam, 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 F-Sam. Here we go. The Broncos are on the clock. Sam, who do you think the Broncos should take here?
They got to go in the trenches. Something in the trenches. Just build all the pieces around Bo. Now you go down.
They go down low, and they do build in the trenches here, which means with the 85th pick in round 3 of the Chat Sports 2025 NFL mock draft, the Denver Broncos select Ty Hamilton, defensive tackle, the Ohio State National Championship winners of college football, Ohio State.
Our boss is in here, big Michigan guy, so that pick, not happy. Who do you think Harbaugh is going to go here? 86. Lot of Michigan ties coming in right now. Lot of Michigan ties. We are also one bang away from a boot, and I'm going to tell you right now, it's ice cold. I'm going to be crying the way I was on the show we did on Tuesday, and only some of y'all saw me. I had a tickle in my throat. It was bad.
You had what in your throat?
I had a tickle in my throat.
Had him Nick
It kind of felt like this.
Had him Nick squirting.
Yeah, honestly. I felt like I had a whole Enzaraku in there.
Yeah.
Couldn't get it out, man.
Oh, yeah.
Absolute brutal. Thank you, Big Luck. I don't know what that one guy, man, he won't go away. Shout out to Big Luck and everybody who does the mods, and they do it to the best of their ability. LA Crash Dog, Big Luck. Seriously, man, we appreciate you guys. How many more picks we got? 15 more picks, then round 3's done. Wild.
Been on to round 4.
Maybe. I honestly, dude, I would love to be able to keep this thing going. It's kind of like, this is a lot of fun. We have to do this next year. We have to do it next year. Where I almost want to do it's like the first Thursday in April. And every Thursday in April, we do like a mock draft. What? April.
Mitch actually said he would volunteer to help you fill out all the sheets.
You don't want me to help you fill out the sheets. Let's be honest. That's going to extend the process. We got people.
And the Texans are now on the clock. The last 3 picks, Josiah Stewart, edge, Michigan.
Yep.
To the Chargers. Olawafemi Oladejo, edge from UCLA to the Packers. And Darian Porter
going to the Jags there. I was kind of hoping that I would like to be able to simulate once we get after round 3 to just like see who our 4th round pick would have been.
Yeah.
Because right now, like, where would you guys go? Like, corner? Are we going to go wide receiver? What are the best wide receivers that are still available? Because the Raiders' next pick is 107. So we got 20-something, basically 19 picks to go.
Here's the best available right now.
Okay. I mean, out of those options, I don't think I would pick any of those guys for the Raiders right now.
Texans are on the clock. Do I go Isaiah Bond?
No.
You said, what did you want to look at?
Wide receivers. Because I would say wide receiver and corner, based on this draft, is probably our biggest needs. Safety as well is probably going to be thrown in there, but, I mean, I don't think, like, Williams would be really fun. Williams would be really, really fun. Though I don't like some of the value here with some of these guys. Tight end, not going to happen. Somebody said Jack Besh. He's gone, dude. He's gone 20, 30 picks ago.
Yeah, I was trying to look at who's on the board.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. You're on the clock. I didn't realize that. Who should Chuggs go with? Who should Chuggs end up going with here? That's on me. I didn't realize you're on the clock. I will say, I wonder if Edge would be interesting. Kobe Bryant, Za Frazier. Ooh, Billy Bowman.
Yeah.
I like Bowman there. You guys need a running back? No.
We do.
You're very indecisive right now, which
yeah, well,
it's fair.
I just realized I was on the clock, and I haven't even looked at anybody.
Yeah. I mean, And I got to get back here. Well, it's also simulated, so it was literally like peppering in there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You better make a pick.
Time's out. Forfeit your pick.
You better make a pick. Chuggs almost lost his pick. We're good, though. We're good.
Sorry, I had to cycle through 25 draft graphics before I made the pick.
It's all good. We're getting there. As a good GM does. As a good GM does.
With the 89th pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL Mock Draft, my Houston Texans select Terrence Ferguson, tight end, Oregon.
Why?
The Texans are looking at a tight end. I think the value is great here.
Okay. Interesting.
Wow!
What? What? What?
With the 90th pick in the Chat Sports 2025 NFL Mock Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Tyler Shuck, quarterback, Louisville.
Jackson just proved he's got a bigger nutsack than Sperry ever could dream of. How can you talk all we've talked about, Tyler Shuck, you pass on Shuck for Jalen Milroe? I will tell you this right now, though. Tyler Shuck with Sean McVay, if I'm Shuck, like that's probably the number one spot I want to go. Because Stafford, how many more years does he have? And are we about to get a run on quarterbacks now? Are we about to get a run on quarterbacks now? I hope we do. I actually am happy that Sperry didn't do it because now anytime he talks about Shuck, one ear and out the other. One ear out the other. Coward move, man. Rams are trash for that? See, I think they're trying to find a good replacement for Matthew Stafford. Shuck, he's like 38 years old. No, but he's 25, 26, right? 26. Colt Miller's 29. Colt Miller's 29. Raider! Run! Bang! Run! Run, oh, run, oh, run. All right, I owe you a boot. Mitch Boot versus Chuggs through a straw. Who is faster? Let's kick it off the right way. That'd actually be hilarious.
Through a straw?
I actually don't think we have a straw here, though.
No.
Ron, I will save this one for you, though, okay? I also sent you a message. Ron, I'll make you a deal right now. That could be fun for the draft. You have to drink through a straw, and I just have to chug.
You would win.
Well, I have a straw at home that Alex uses in her Yeti. It's legit like that thick. It's a thickum straw.
She's used to it. Congrats, man.
Dude, appreciate it. Appreciate it. She's always said, I love your straw. You know what?
Yeah.
Speaking of sucking something through a straw, I got a boot to do. Patrick!
Speaking of that.
Roche!
Bang!
Come on, man.
And this is a favorite around the Chat Sports office right here. Kobe Bryant goes with pick number 91 to the Baltimore Ravens.
If I do this in under 20 seconds, 20 that's the number. More or less 20 seconds on this boot. And if I beat it, I'll give you guys another boot deal.
Go, 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 go. Whoa.
It's so cold. It's too cold.
He needs some milk.
I really tried. It's ice cold, man. I got one more in there, dude.
Quincy Riley, cornerback from Louisville, who gives me shades
That
of
is freezing, man.
He gives me shades of Amik Robertson.
Why is that?
Small. He's a small guy.
I hope the draft's better than that boot. Holy cow, man. Ice cold is unbelievable. It's just absolutely unbelievable, man. It's not easy. See, Rebel? I told you it wasn't easy. Oh, Reb. Never change, Rebel. Never change, my man.
I don't know if we read this one from Raider Shield family.
What we got? Sorry for the incognito. No pun intended. I am testing a live show later to see if good. Oh, wait. This is Nabman. It's got to be.
I mean, it says Navman at the end.
Oh, yeah. Ron Bergen did it. Planning a live show later to see if good. Planning for later to get it right. Much love, all from 93 Navman. Interesting. So what, you're just going live? Dude, send me the link. I'm going to pull up. I can't maybe do some of the crazy shit that you make me do, but I'm going to make you do some shit today. What time you going live, dude? That's sick. Somebody asked what I'm drinking. It's called Happy Dad. Happy Dads. The God Family and Raiders. I love that super chat. That's actually hilarious. Savion Williams going to the New Orleans Saints. So they got Shedeur and Williams. Who did Trace pick in round 2? I don't even remember. Or maybe they don't have a round 2
I think he's
pick.
gone all offense.
I don't remember. Dad's a happy from Jordan Scott. You're right. Also, there's going to be one really happy dad today.
Oh, yeah. He went
Someone's
going to
win some money. Yeah. Yep. 9 Eastern time. It's just a test. All right. Send me the link. That'd be dope, man. That'd be dope. If you guys want to get in for a chance to win some money today, it is a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365, which right now you would have the opportunity to win $220. $220. Roche, send me your shipping address, please. I'm going to send you a Raiders Report hat.
Also, the Browns take one of your favorite mid-round guys, maybe a little early for what you've told me.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle McCord, quarterback, Syracuse.
Yeah, it's a little early for me. I think he's got some good arm talent, no doubt about it, but this would make me nervous, though. If this were to actually happen in the real NFL draft, I would be concerned that Quinn Ewers would be the Raiders' pick here in round 4, which it's not what I would do. I'm okay leaving the draft, not taking a quarterback, which might surprise some people out there, but you have a good enough backup quarterback right now in Aiden O'Connell. You do. He's more than capable to be a great backup quarterback in the NFL. So who's the Diet Dr. Pepper vigilante? I think his name rhymes with Liler Loans. I think it's Liler Loans.
Speaking of Tyler Jones, the Chiefs are on the clock at pick 95. Get those FKCs in there. And I didn't even have to look to see. I knew where he was going to go with this.
Okay.
The most homer pick of all. He goes with Devin Neal, running back, Kansas.
I mean,
he literally only picked him because he went to Kansas.
I don't know if that's the only reason. There are some people that like Devin Neal.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, if this, again, real draft, I'm okay with it. Right? If that's who the Chiefs pick, after the way that Tyler has started, this Chiefs draft, this is a little bit of a sigh of relief because I think he's been crushing it. Not the pick I would go with, maybe a little bit of a homer pick there, but it is what it is. FKCs, get them going, man. Can I get some FKCs down below?
Can we trade for Ramsey in this mock? Get Rolly on the phone.
Rolly, what do you think, man?
Rolly, I'm looking to trade. Yeah.
Yeah. Rolly, you just won the lottery. Sick. Ira Jackson, you, sir, are in. What up, Ira? It's good to see you, my man. I see James Guevara. You're in. Guevara James, you in. 20 right now to win. $250 here on the Raiders Report. Someone's going home with $250. Let's go, man. Malachi Muhammad said, stepped away for a while. Anybody draft Dart? Yes. Where did Dart actually end up going? Dart went in, what, 70s and the 80s? Jaxson Dart ended up going 78.
If you're just now joining us, you don't have to say every pick, but I'm just going to flash all the picks that have been made so far to where we're at right now. If you want to maybe talk about 1, 2 people on each slide.
I got you.
Probably the Raiders people.
So here's how this draft ended up going. Ashton Jeanty, we ended up taking him at pick number 6, running back from Boise State. I allowed the nation to get their votes in, and that's who we decided to go with. Reminder, we are a family. I want you all to have a voice. That's something that we're going to do here. Shedeur was probably the surprising pick, at least I would say, going number 9 to the New Orleans Saints. My man, Luther Burden, Omarion Hampton, going to the Denver Broncos. Kenneth Grant, some Michigan ties there, going with Harbaugh. Chuggs ended up going with Matthew Golden for the Houston Texans, which that pick I do think makes a lot of sense. Trey Amos, Jaden Higgins, 2 players I was hoping would be on the board for the Raiders. They weren't able to fall. I ended up going with Tyler Booker at pick 37 because in my mind, if you're going to invest in Ashton Jeanty at pick 6, you got to go with an offensive lineman, though there was a little bit of a run on wide receivers, which kind of broke my heart. I was kind of hoping for Emeka Egbuka. And this round or range right here, I would say the Maxwell Harrison pick is an intriguing one to me. Can't tackle all that well. Trevian Henderson, though, pick 44 to the Cowboys. That's kind of a fun pick. Xavier Watts is where I want you to look at, 56. He was able to fall all the way down to here, which this is really where I started to get excited for Watts. Picks 57 to 64 to kind of round out round 2. Jalen Knoll was, at this point, the player that I was hoping was going to be able to fall to the Raiders. Unfortunately, ends up going to the FKCs. Maybe one of the best value picks in this year's mock draft. Carson Swessinger. Sorry, I'm burping like crazy right now after that boop. But the fact that I was able to have almost a position to draft either Benjamin Morrison or Carson Swessinger, I absolutely love the value in Swessinger. I think he's a phenomenal pick there at number 68. From 73 to 80, Jaxson Dart was the very first quarterback taken since Shedeur went off the board at number 9, and that kind of started a little bit of a chain reaction. Chuggs went with Wyatt Milam, guard from West Virginia. And as you can see, Jalen Milroe goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 3. He is, dude. I'm first thing I see him after today's show, I'm going to look at him and call him a coward. Like, I don't want to hear any Tyler Shuck conversations anymore. Speaking of the devil, he ends up going to 90 overall to the Los Angeles Rams, which then maybe forced the Browns to go with Kyle McCord a little bit earlier than originally planned. At pick 92, reminder, that pick right there, Quincy Riley, that would have been the pick that the Raiders had from the Devontae Adams trade. So because the Raiders traded for Geno Smith, they ended up taking or sending that 92 to the Seattle Seahawks. So that would have been the pick that we could have had, which, again, you tell me Geno Smith or Quincy Riley. No disrespect to Quincy Riley. It's an easy decision. Vernon off the board there from Texas, and then Shamar Turner.
Yeah. Just Vernon?
Broughton?
Yeah.
All right. There's a risk, man. There's risk. I know I'm going to get Vernon.
You're at 97. They're going Vernon.
I mean, we don't know every name. We don't know every name. Dude, that boot right now.
You and Jamal Charles.
That boot right now is doing some work to me. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I have not eaten anything today. I had a protein bar at 10. And it's that boot's hitting me like a ton of bricks right now. Can we get Will Howard? We can get Will Howard. To me, Will Howard, Quinn Ewers, not quarterbacks I'm even thinking about until round 5. And I know Howard just won a natty. I think you could go back and look at, he might be one of the worst quarterbacks ever to win a natty. I mean, that team that he was on was stacked, guys. It was an absolute stacked roster. I'm just not as high maybe on yeah, he says gotcha. I got you. Darth, what up, Darth? I got you in, my man. You in? Darth Fatass here in the building. So how would you guys grade this mock draft? And once all the picks are in, Chuggs and I, we're going to do a segment on today's show, and it's just going to be a breakdown of the Chat Sports mock draft. I'm going to give you my grades. I want to hear what your grades would be. If this was be the start of the Raiders draft, Ashton Jeanty at number 6, Tyler Booker here at 37, Carson Swessinger at 68. A, B, C, D, or F. How are we feeling? The only thing that I wish, I'm not going to lie, if you told me we could have gone, this is me, I'm just being honest, Armand Membou, Trevian Henderson, Carson Swessinger. I don't know if Nico Laz is here, but put that up in your waistband because I just went 6 to midnight. What are you laughing at?
Harry was like, it was Marshall's pick on the clock, and Harry goes, oh, I know who it's going to be. And he types who it is. Marshall picks somebody else. And I go, is that Harry or Dov?
He got. Jeff says, I like it so far. I see an A- from Jay. IThat says A-. Jay Ray is going to go with an A. Rustin Long's going to give me an A+. AR Zach says C+, which that's fine. And I don't want always people to agree with me. I guess my question to you is, did you want me to go with a quarterback? Because in my mind, the only way that you're giving this a C+ is if you wanted me to go with a quarterback. So if you could, I would actually like to see what you had to say. How would the O-line look after drafting Booker? In my mind, Colton Miller, Tyler Booker, JPJ. I would start Dylan Parham at right guard, DJ Glaze at right tackle. Make Alex Kappa your backup right guard. Make Jordan Meredith your backup left guard. And that's 7 really solid offensive linemen. I also like Booker next to JPJ because I'm telling y'all right now, like, if it's 3rd down and 1, and you're going to tell Jeanty to run, he's running to the left side. And I don't care if people know. We're running to the left side. Good luck trying to deal with Booker and JPJ for your career. That's going to suck.
And I asked this earlier, but after you're seeing these 3 picks, let me know in the comment section which Raiders player would be on the hot seat the most after this mock. Maybe a Dylan Parham.
I would say Parham, a Meredith, maybe a DJ Glaze. I mean, the obvious one's Zamir White. I don't know how on earth we're going to keep Zamir White this season.
Amari Burney.
Considering how bad he was last year. That's bad news for Amari Burney. It's also really bad news for Tommy Eichenberg. Really bad news for Eichenberg. It kind of impacts Amari Gaynor as well. I'll tell you this right now. Maybe this is going to be a little bit far-fetched. I think Amari Gaynor is going to be a better linebacker on the Raiders. I don't know anywhere else. Amari Gaynor is going to be a better linebacker on the Raiders than Amari Burney and Tommy Eichenberg. That might be a shocking statement to some people, but I'm just telling y'all right now, Amari Gaynor is doing a lot of the right things this offseason. And one of the things that I respect the hell out of Gaynor, and, you know, like, this team is very close. I know, like, Laube, Gaynor, Eichenberg, like, those guys play, like, pickleball together and stuff. But what Gaynor's really done is he's put himself in the hip pocket of Max Crosby. And you got to respect Max for saying, you know, I don't care if you're a UDFA. I don't care where you're drafted. You want to come work out with me? You want to come pull up to the facility? Y'all know where I'm going to be. I'm going to be there at 6 a.m. and I'm leaving at 6 p.m. That's what Max does every day at the facility. And credit to Amari Gaynor. He's been doing a lot of that stuff. He's been working with Max a lot. I'm telling you that right now. He's been working with Max a lot. And maybe that's just me overvaluing, you know, when you have a young player who just wants to be around Max Crosby all the time. But you could do a lot worse things with your time than try to be around Mad Max, as far as I'm concerned. That might be a bold take, but that's a take that I'm going to go on. I think Amari Gaynor makes a bigger impact for the Raiders, than Burney and Tommy Eichenberg. I don't know. Has Pat Bryant been taken yet from DZ? I actually don't think so.
No.
But I'll be real.
He's actually 49th on ESPN's top wide receiver board.
I think Pat Bryant kind of stinks, though. He's not fast, at least. If you're looking for an outside, tall, long, like lanky guy, sure. That's somebody where I'm kind of waiting until round 5, though, for Pat Bryant. Which, again, that's maybe an unpopular opinion for some people. I think he was able to play at a higher level in the Big Ten because his skill set fits better in the Big Ten, where in the NFL, I just don't know if he's going to have as much separation. Yep. Garbage Truck. What up, Garbage Truck?
Actually, Mitch, since we're in the same room as Sam,
yeah,
you want to just play a little game real quick?
I'm listening.
Because the Raiders are all we're done with the mock. Round 3's over.
Yep.
The Raiders actually pick in 1, 2, 3, 4.
I was going to say, if we could somehow get to 107.
You mean 108?
108, yeah, sorry. It used to be 107. If we could get to 108, I would love to know who we could potentially get with this next pick. Are we able to simulate it or no? No?
But I can just show you the best available, and Sam can input somebody for you at 108.
I mean, I'll let Sam do his. He's probably got some other stuff going on. I got you. All right, so if I'm the Raiders here and we're on the clock, let's say at 1:08, okay? I know it's not what it says up on screen, but we were going to do a 3-round mock today, which is what we have done. The mock itself is over. I'm hoping next year we're able to do like a full 7. I think that'd be a really amazing thing to be able to do. We'll see. Time will tell. If I'm looking right now at the best players available on ESPN, first off, I'm saying go get a better big board. This is a really bad big board. Like, I'm not kidding you. There's not a single player on there that's really exciting me at all. Huh? Well, again, I know ESPN's maybe not the best place to get all the draft content, and I just think maybe a little bit different than Jordan Reid. But if I'm the Raiders, what do you think now would be the biggest position in need? Corner? Wide receiver? Because those wide receivers, they're not going. I don't even understand how those guys are even on there. I mean, like, again, Ricky White, Tay Felton, Bond, I don't even know if it gets drafted. From a tight end standpoint, I like Gadsden, but that's somebody who I had taken round 7.
Harold Fannin Jr. still up there.
That's an intriguing one where, there's some reports, and we'll talk about Michael Mayer tomorrow. We will be live here on the Raiders Report tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Pacific, unless you want to go live a little earlier tomorrow? But you guys want me to go live? I'll make 4 p.m. Eastern Time, or do we go live a little bit earlier? If we go live earlier, I'll make you guys better deals because we have to. Alex and I are trying to go to her parents' house, and I'd like to be able to do that a little bit earlier to dodge some traffic. If we went live tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and we did $50 bangs, $50 beer bong bangs for Friday happy hour, are you in? I need a Y for yes or an N for no. Just 1 hour earlier. 1 hour earlier is what it would be. If not, we'll do normal bangs. I'm going to let y'all decide. It's going to be wild, though. I'm telling you this right now. If we do $50 beer bong bangs tomorrow, y'all better bring those drinking pants because it's going to get nuts. It's going to get nuts if it does. I'm nervous, quite frankly, if it happens. Oh, man. The fact that Ron said yes really makes me nervous. All right, Ron. Later, some of y'all are still at work. I know. I hear you loud and clear, right? I mean, I'm on Central Time. We're 2 hours ahead of y'all. So I would say Ron's the MVP of today's show. So if Ron's giving me a Y for yes, tomorrow we're going to go live 3 p.m. Eastern Time.
Him and Gilbert Moreno.
Him and Gilbert Moreno are right up there. So Ron's got 3 banks today. Gilbert had 2. Though Gilbert really got this party started. Gilbert, I hope you're still here, man. Thank you a lot, man, for getting this party started.
So do we want to do your cut?
I want to do the cut, and then we're going to get into the duck race, though I have to pee really, really bad. I know, dude.
What is going on?
Oh, I've been drinking all these. I've literally drank like 3 of these. And I just did a boot, so that's not going to help. Again, I'm trying to, my throat's been kind of weird, so let me go pee really, really quick. Then I want to get into a cut. I mean, I guess, we could actually technically just do it after live.
Yeah.
I actually think that they already know our pick. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go pee really quick. Final chance to get in the duck race. $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. And then after that, Jeremy's going to tickle his butthole. Perfect.
He's squirting. He's squirting everywhere. Last chance to get in the Duke race. A Rebel. Trash cans right there. Trash cans right there. Last time I checked with Mitchell, the winner of the duck race would win, I believe it was $280. Last chance to get in. Sam wants to get in. Pee in an empty Dr. Pepper can. Mitch says he likes to use the aluminum cans because it fits the best. Could last place get a hat in the race? I'll ask Mitch what we can do. I'd take either the CB or center out of USC. Jonah Monheim. Is the CB out of USC as well? Chuggs, who should we rather get, Ramsey or Alexander? Alert! Alert. I mean, I would rather get Ramsey. It seems like a little bit of a better fit. How much is it going to cost, though? I'm interested to see what the Dolphins are willing to part ways with Ramsey for. I mean, he's gone for multiple first-round picks before, but now he's hit that magical age of 30, which it's kind of crazy that everybody in their mind, it's like 30 and you're like, this person's done. This person's done. The wide receiver drop-off was crazy. Boo! Sperry's a coward. Sperry's a coward. Sperry. Explain yourself. Explain yourself. Explain yourself. Sperry, the biggest guy on Tyler Shuck this entire pre-draft process, passes him up for Jalen Milroe. Did you just succumb to the pressure?
No, pretty much this is what it comes down to, okay? This is what it comes down to. I think Aaron Rodgers will sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think the Steelers pretty much know Rodgers is coming. And he's going to be at least 1 year, could be 2 years in Pittsburgh. You get Shuck, who's 26 years old, to sit and develop behind Rodgers. He might be 28 when he makes his first start for the Pittsburgh Steelers, whereas Milroe, higher upside than Shuck, and he's 22 years old. So that's pretty much what it came down to for me.
Did you not have Shuck rated higher than Milroe?
I do have Shuck rated higher than Milroe, and if Shuck was 22 or 23, I would have taken him over Milroe. And if I was looking for somebody to play right away and start in year one, I would have taken Shuck. But because I have 2 years pretty much for Milroe to sit behind one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time and develop, I'm going to take the guy with the athletic upside and the chance to be a true superstar, whereas I think Shuck at best is a mid-level starter.
So we've heard about BPA. Do you think the Steelers took WPA with this pick?
What's WPA?
Worst player available.
Worst player available? Weirdest player available? No, I think that we got a really good player and a potential future a franchise quarterback.
Maybe a running back.
Maybe a running back, yeah.
Maybe a running back in Jalen Milroe. There you go. Chat Sports' coward Jackson Sperry on why he made the most cowardice move of all time.
I can't even believe that it happened, quite frankly. All right, y'all, final call to get in here. The last name that I saw was Darth. Manuel Ruiz, I got you in. I see Gilbert Moreno. You're going to be in, what, twice again? All right, I love it. Gilbert, I got you. And then Salvador Vargas, you in. If anybody asks me any questions about, so I just saw a article pop out about, Vincent Bonsignore, kind of like insinuating that maybe the Raiders aren't going to give Colton Miller a contract extension. I'll just say this. I believe that the Raiders do end up getting a contract extension done with Colton Miller. I'm pretty confident on that. If it doesn't end up happening, I think a trade would happen before the draft. But take what has been said by Vinny with a grain of salt. We just got to be honest here with ourselves. I think the reason why the Raiders haven't engaged with Colton Miller yet on their contract discussions is because they're so confident in Miller, and they're very confident also in Jacoby Myers to get a deal done after the NFL draft. So you guys are going to see some stuff come out from Vinny. I wouldn't overreact to it all too much. Maybe it changes, maybe it doesn't. But I am on the fence of I don't think Colton Miller is going to get traded by the Raiders.
Family, and Raiders for life.
Will Chip Kelly run 2 running back system? If so, draft 2 running backs. I mean, you already have 1 running back. Raheem Mostert is going to be a focal part of that running attack unless Ashton Jeanty is the pick, right? If Jeanty's gets the pick, he's going to have the lion's share of the carries. We're talking 60, 65% of the touches at the running back position as a rookie. And if that number seems low, I think you should go look at running back touches by a team overall. So think of that. I would say that 2 running backs could happen. And, like, Mostert's still going to get some work. And even if it's Jeanty, like, Mostert's still going to get some work. He had 21 touchdowns in 2023. Raider Roan! What's the Chat Sports record for donations? Just wondering for a friend before next week's draft.
I think in a total show, I think Steelers might have beaten us.
I was going to say, if you're talking like one person, you know that answer. But if it's on one show, I'd have to do the number, but the Raiders Report does not hold that record. It's our Steelers channel holds that record. I can get those numbers for you. I will do my best. But I am nervous about the draft.
I think it might be in the teens.
It is in the teens, yeah. If I had to guess right now, I would say 13 or 14. 13 or 14 is probably what it was at. And for a single show. And I don't remember what show it was, but I think it's probably 13 or 14. It'll be fun, though. It'll be fun. The largest super at one time is held by that guy right there. Raider Ron, hence why my leg looks like this now. Shout out to Raider Ron, man. All right, y'all. Final chance to get in for the duck race. It is a $20 Venmo right now to win $300.
Oh, wow.
Here on today's show, we got a few more people getting in. Sean Irish, you in. Gary Backus, you in. And then I see Richard Engel, you are also in. Final call. And then because we had some legends show up today, we will be live tomorrow. And we will be live tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 hour earlier than originally planned, but $50 bangs. I'm telling you this right now. I got a 3-day weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You guys already know. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I know, I'm used to getting Fridays off during the season. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I am going to be off, but obviously, if anything Raiders happens, you already know. If anything happens on Saturday or Sunday, I am going to be at Alex's parents' house, so just kind of work with me there if anything breaking news does happen. But I'm down to get down tomorrow if y'all are down to get down. I am down to get down. Cheers to you, my man. Cheers to you. All right, y'all. I'm going to send this list here to Mr. Chuggs. Mr. Be Good. You're the last one that I see is getting in. So I'm going to send this to TV. 20 to win, 340. 20 to win, 340, dude. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a good race. Got a lot of OGs in this race right now. Got a lot of OGs in the race right now. And if you want to shout out Mo, you're in a bunch of times, dude. Mo, let me see here. Mo Shav. Yes, Mo, you're in. Mo, you were the 5th person to get in. I just spit everywhere. Sammy Sprinkler. Name that movie. Can anybody name what movie Sammy Sprinkler's from? Some might not be able to. What on earth? What are you doing? What are you doing?
We're retiring your number. We still play though.
All right. Oh, wow. That's so cool. So, this is the Renz number 3 jersey, which means the Raiders Report was the 3rd channel here at Chat Sports to hit 100,000 subscribers. That's sick. Where are they going? Where are they going? What was the date? December 20th, 2021?
Wow.
We're about 9K away from 200,000. Dude, that's really sick, man. That's awesome.
You said December 20th, 2021?
December 20th, 2021.
Wow.
Wild. I did not know that. I was like, I saw him sort of walking in, our boss James. He had this giant thing, and I was like, what on earth is that?
That's cool.
Dude, honestly, man, I'm always going to tip my cap to the nation. I bleed silver and black because y'all have shown me that you don't have to be blood to be family. And from the bottom of my heart, I always appreciate everyone that always tunes into the show, has a good time with us because It's a good time. Rebel asked Yoder, how much for a boot? That's a Yoder question.
Yodes.
Here. We'll ask him. I promise you this. Whatever number he gives, if it's hit, I'm beating him in a boot race.
Wait 1 sec. I gotta do Harrison.
All right. He's looking at me. He's going 3 bangs.
No.
No? I thought I got an. Oh, man, that might have been an okay. That might have been an okay. I don't know.
Let me go double.
Yeah, go double check with him. Yodes. I don't know. I got one of these, which in my mind I was like, that's 3. Could be that it's an okay. I don't know. I'll tell you this right now. If our boss pulls up here and does a boo, I'm racing him. And then we're going to leave because that's going to put me in a bad spot, which is amazing. Like, I haven't eaten anything today. Another boot. I mean, you guys could probably already tell how, we're feeling pretty good here. Haven't had anything to eat. Final chance to get in, yes, for the 50-50 raffle. Ron says he wants to see James. I don't know, dude. Just go out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where he went. I don't know what the deal is. Rebel said 3 bangs for a boot confirmed. We'll see. I don't know what he's going to do. I'm not going to force people to. A boot's not easy, Rebel. You know better than anybody that a boot's not easy to do. Hell, I just tried to do a boot like 30 minutes ago, and that did not go down the way that I thought. All right, we got a few more people here that are getting in the duck race. All right, so James told me, unfortunately, no boot today. He's on driving duty today for the kiddos. So, hey, you know what? Sorry, couldn't make that one happen, y'all. June O, I got you in. Dominic in. Gabriel Ruiz, you in. Friday, I might be able to convince him Friday. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern time, I might be able to convince him. I just sent you 3 more names. Can you put those in? So it's Gabriel Ruiz, Dominic Burchard, and then June O are the names. Which now means it's 20 to win, 370. Dominic Bohr, B-O-R. Dom Bohr. Yep. Dom Bohr. Final refresh. Wait. Can you add Fluhey? I know. Fluhey's a legend. Come on. And then Andrew D.E. Anything else is going to Chuck's College Fund because he's trying to get into Barkley. 3, 2, 1. Let's run it. Come on, man. Let's get it going. If I get anything else, I'm just going to put it in the duck race tomorrow. How about that? If I get anything else, I'm putting it in the duck race tomorrow. Right now, we got Peter Cast with a little bit of a lead. Rustin Long down there below. Keith Crego. Charles G, the first one to get in. Watch out for Salvador Vargas. Somebody's going to go home with $390 on today's stream. Savara James. Gilbert Moreno. Dude, this horse is just... You see Darth? You see the asterisks? I love it. Is that Joel? Joel Rios? 14 seconds to go. What on earth is happening? What? Oh, you'll show me later. 5, 4. Come on, Joel. Come on, Fluhey. Anthony Green. The luckiest man. Oh, man. That can't be real. You're right. Somebody get Lee Corso on that story. Holy cow. Anthony Green, who has done maybe more races than anybody alive. With the dub. Mr. Green. Anthony, can you please confirm that you just received $390. Rebel, I didn't get yours, bro. You sure it was the right guy? Rebel. I don't got nothing from you, Reb. I don't got nothing from you, Reb. Where's my guy? Rigged. Oh, I think you're saying, like, where's the guy who's going to say rigged? I thought you were saying, where's your horse? Well, if you want to pull up tomorrow, the segments that we're going to do tomorrow, I'm just going to tell you this right now. We got an interesting report around Michael Mayer. I'm just going to tell you that right now from an NFL insider. You're going to want to see what it is. We'll probably do a mailbag tomorrow. We'll probably break down some news and rumors. I don't know what the segments are going to be. I will be live tomorrow, though, at 3 p.m. Eastern time, and we're going to go balls to the wall for 2 to 3 hours. If you want to see some balls on some walls, you pull up tomorrow to the Raiders Report. Sound good? Raider Ron, bro, you know that I love you, man. Thank you so much for being the MVP of today's show. Shout out to Ron. Shout out to all of the absolute legends that pulled up today. I mean, we had people pulling up left and right. Gilbert Moreno really got the party started. Gilbert, please check. I'm going to send you a Raider Sport hat. The people that I'm sending Raider Sport hats to today are Gavin Wilson, Justin Avgin, Patrick Roche, Gilbert Moreno, and then I don't even know if Ron has one. Ron, I'm going to send you a hat. You deserve it. All right, y'all. I hope that you guys had fun today. We've been wanting to try this out for a while here at Chat Sports. Do something, you know, a little bit different. We've never done this mock draft before. If you guys liked it, don't be afraid to hit that like button. It's going to show our bosses that we should do it again next year, and I would like to be able to do it again next year. If you want to pull up for our actual NFL draft coverage, it's going to be wild. Hit that subscribe button. Turn on those notifications. Have a great rest of your Thursday, and peace out.